Good morning all on this beautiful Friday morning in Pretoria. We are ready to start. Please make sure that your cell phone is off. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Silolo.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Magagula.
Morning, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Mr. Magagula.
Morning.
Please find your statement file again.
I have it.
When we parted yesterday, we had gone as far as your page 8. And at page 8, you had dealt with the case of Boxburg Cast 262/03/2023, the blue lights matter. And that's where we stopped yesterday. So we are going to pick it up from there. Thereafter, you deal with the next case, correct?
Yes.
You call that the Patfontaine Cast 86.
Ms. Silla, maybe before you do that,
Yes,
can I just ask a question relating to the first one?
Absolutely.
That was dealt with. And this is just a general question. In this blue lights case, I know you didn't deal with it, but we got the report. We've seen the report of the IPID to the city. And one of the areas of concern with previous witnesses for us, the commissioners, was that the IPID seems to have been concerned just about the amount that was spent to register the city's money, 2,000 odds rand, that seemed to have been the IPID's focus. And that suggested, as if that suggested that that's what you thought is disciplinable and nothing more. And I say this mindful that it's Mr. Kulu who worked on this matter, not you. My question is, when you make recommendations, negative recommendations, do you not specify what charges they should put? You leave it to the client, be it the SAPS or the EMPD in this case, or for that matter, any other MPS, to decide from your facts that you have analyzed, because you do set out what the allegations are and you give out your analysis in your report. Do you just leave it to them to decide what charges they're going to formulate from your report? And is that the general standard, and is there a reason for that?
I will answer this question like this. We analyze it and give them full details, and according to my understanding on the matter of blue light, because I know that docket also in and out. For instance, the charges that you can draw in that matter, the fraud will be there, misrepresentation, and then there is corruption, that is there. And also, immediately when the vehicle became the asset of the city of Ekurhuleni, if it is taken out of the city of Ekurhuleni, it must be procedural, which means now those assets which were in the register of Ekurhuleni now, it is taken in a bogus way. It also amounts to theft. How did it went back to whatever company, Cat Security? So my take, there is multiple charges there, not only confined to the fraud and...
Yeah. Let me explain, try and explain better what I'm trying to get from you. So your report sets out all of those things. It's clear from your report that
Yes.
There's misrepresentation, there's corruption, unauthorized receipt of donations, and all of that. It's clear from the facts that you set out and from your analysis. But then you make a recommendation. You say disciplinary proceedings should be instituted. That's what you say.
Yes.
My question is, the city can choose, the municipality
Yes.
could choose to charge him with unauthorized use of municipal monies,
Yes.
being that 2,000 rand odd, and that becomes the only charge because you don't prescribe to them, right? Nowhere, in my recollection of that report, nowhere do you prescribe to the city what charges they should bring. You just say you should institute disciplinary proceedings. Now, if the city charges him with only one charge, which is he caused the funds of the city, 2,000 rand, to be used to register these monies, if that's all they do, they would have complied with your instruction to institute disciplinary proceedings. How do you safeguard against that? I don't know if you understand my question.
Yeah, I understand your question now. With municipality, there is a little bit difficult. In the SAPS, there's no difficulty because when we charge a member, for instance, a member committed a murder, when we will recommend through criminal charges, plus regulation of the SAPS, plus standing orders. One offense can carry multiple charges according to the disciplinary of SAPS, even if the member has committed certain. So they will look at all their standing orders. Did he contravene this standing order? Did he contravene this regulation? He committed a crime in terms of common law. So in terms of municipality, it's very, very difficult with their local bargaining council. It doesn't seem to work the same way with the SAPS. I do not know if I have answered you sufficiently.
Okay, maybe let's leave it for now. Let's leave it for now. I'm not sure that you. Maybe you can give a better answer than that. It is what it is as matters stand.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I will try perhaps and engage the witness during break and see if perhaps you could get a better understanding of the question posed to him. And after tea, we can then once again attempt to respond if he can.
Right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Magagula, I had referred you to your statement at page 8, and we're moving on to the next case. This case you identify as Patfontaine CAS 8602/2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you deal with this over the next few pages, and at the conclusion of that at page 11, you then provide the status of the case as we speak?
Yes.
Is that correct? Can you highlight then the details regarding this case before you advise the commissioners as to the status of this case?
Okay. Before I read my statement here regarding Patfontaine, I will just state that this case was open because the complainant went to the municipality to complain. So members of EMPD assisted him by taking down his statement. The same statement that was taken by members of EMPD was used to open this case. So from the word go, EMPD was aware of this matter because they are the one who assisted the complainant to open the case. Even though the EMPD statement was not in full details, you will not get the whole story, what was happening there. It must be unpacked so in order for the NPA to prefer the correct charges on this matter. So I'll start by reading, what I will be reading, it will be the second statement that was obtained after I have taken over the matter. On 8 January 2023, between 2200...
You have February here. You just said January.
My apology. On 8 February 2023, between 2200 and 1500, the following day, 2 EMPD members and a white male in civilian clothing reportedly raided a plot at Marigold, Patfontaine. I didn't write here. The 2 members we are referring to Adrian Norman Mackenzie and Keisha Listol. And the civilian person we are referring to Etienne van der Walt. They seized stock valued at over 1 million rands, along with the truck and trailer it was loaded with. On the suspect allegedly fled on arrival of the police. This is the summary of the suspect, which is the 3 members I'm talking about. This was their own allegation, this small paragraph.
Mr. Magagula, this white male civilian, was he a reservist or a police informant, or was he just an ordinary citizen?
This civilian is
Etienne
not,
van der Walt.
yeah, it's not a reservist. He owns a security company, registered security company, Titan Security, if I'm not mistaken.
Please continue.
I was the investigator in the case. I attached the docket of this matter marked TLM 1. The EMPD stated that the goods were intended for transport to Kinshasa, DRC, where a case was reportedly registered. The seized items were handed to a Congolese national claimed to be the lawful owner as per the Patfontaine case 269 of 2023. Through the statement from the complainant, a Malawian national and transport businessman revealed that he was hired by a Zimbabwean national to load and transport a consignment by truck and trailer to Mpumalanga, Akonuku. The consignment was stored on a plot owned by another Zimbabwean national. An argument occurred between the truck owner and the plot owner prior to the arrival of the EMPD members. The complainant, on request, filed an additional statement. He stated that upon arrival, EMPD handcuffed the owner, contradicting their version that suspect had fled. The complainant later arrived and observed his truck being driven away. He contacted a female EMPD officer escorting the truck, during which an argument occurred telephonically. The complainant followed the truck until he was blocked by an accident on Craft Road, Germiston. The complainant checked the Benoni and Eraton SAP pounds and confirmed that the truck was not booked in. He requested tracking of the vehicle, however, the tracker was no longer functional. The invoice of the consignment was obtained and filed in the case docket, together with photographs of the truck after it was booked into the EMPD pound. SAP 299 form for the disposal of seized stolen property to the lawful owner and the passport of the alleged owner of the consignment as per EMPD records. The statement of the owner of the plot, a Zimbabwean national, has not been obtained. The said owner has declined to make a statement, citing fear for his personal safety. His evidence is material and essential to the substantiation of the case against the EMPD members implicated in this matter. I further state that the statement of the owner of the goods has not been obtained, as his whereabouts are presently unknown. Despite reasonable efforts, he has not been located. I further state that, as previously indicated, the EMPD engaged the service of a truck driver to remove the truck from the plot and transport it to the municipal pound. The said truck driver cannot be traced, and his statement has not been secured. As a result, his role and level of involvement in the matter cannot be determined at this stage. There is a prima facie case against EMPD members and the civilian involved. This is evident from the fact that the exhibits contained in the truck were not recorded in the SAPS 13 property register. Furthermore, no case was opened by the EMPD members in relation to the impounding of the truck and its trailers.
May I stop you there for the moment? Mr. Magagula. Firstly, I think, please pull out your annexure file, the first file. So I think it should read Magagula annexures 2 of 3, the big file. And I note at your paragraph,
The file is...
the spine should read your name, Tulani Magagula, annexures file 2 of 3.
2 of 3, yes.
Yes, please.
I got it.
If you could have that file and locate TLM1, and annexure TLM1 will start at page 1. Now, before we deal with that paragraph you were at where I stopped you, I think we need to rearrange the file ever so slightly. At paragraph 28, you say this incident occurred on the 8th of February 2023.
Yes.
Correct? You have annexed so far 4 case dockets.
Yes.
In these proceedings.
Yes.
And only this one concerns an event of the 8th of January 2023. The others are on different dates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you go to that same file, to page 272, that is a statement by Brigadier Mkwanazi. Are you there?
Not yet.
272.
It's a page.
Page 272, top right corner.
In red at the
In
top.
red. It's a handwritten statement.
Yes.
Yes. Now, that 272 appears under annexure TLM2. I think it is either misfiled or something went wrong in the copying. Because if one has regard to paragraph 2 thereof, Brigadier Mkhwanazi states, I would like to confirm that Officer Kisha Lee Stolz and Officer Adrian Mackenzie were on duty on the 8th of February 2023. Do you see that?
Yes,
On the second paragraph.
I see it.
Because the subsequent event, the next case occurs on a different date. So I believe this statement is misfiled under TLM2, and I was suggesting that we take it out and take it to TLM1, because it is in respect of the Patfontaine case, at least if the date that Brigadier Mkhwanazi reference is anything to go by. Would I be correct?
Well, Mr. Lo, if you look at the top of that same page, it has a Hillbrow and different case number. Can you take that into account?
2023.
Yes, it says Hillbrow, 797, I think, 0323.
Yes, and if you go to TLM2, Commissioner, starting at, let's say, page 93, which is where it starts. As I understand it, that case is /215. It says /03/2022. /2022. So in any event, this document doesn't correlate to the case numbers allocated to TLM2. We could flag it, we could keep it, but judging by the date, it would have appeared to be misfiled.
Whose handwriting is at the top? The Hillbrow case, the CAS 797-03-2023. Whose handwriting is that, if you know it?
The handwriting at the top is my handwriting.
Your handwriting?
Yes.
Perhaps Mr. Lop, you should confer with him.
I think we'll confer, because
Yes,
the case number written there, Hillbrow, is yet a third case, which he's going to deal with. So we will flag it for the moment, and we'll come back and deal with this statement and see what is the correct docket it belongs to, okay?
Yes.
Maybe also when you confer to note in that page 272, the
Yes.
very last line in brackets, it says stones.
That's yes, that's
Okay,
Hillbrow.
sorry.
Thank you. Getting back to your statement then, but please don't close that file. You were at your paragraph 38, where you say there's a prima facie case against EMPD members. You had indicated at the start of your testimony that the original complaint against these members was laid by the complainants with the EMPD.
Yes.
Please turn to page 64 of TLM1.
Yes.
And I see that that's on Ikuruleni Metropolitan Police Integrity and Standards form, and the heading of that document is Statement of Complainant/accused/witness. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then it starts and say I and states a name. Who is that person who has completed this form? The name written there.
It is the complainant, Yusuf Thomas Milos. The statement was taken by Metro Police Officer Owen Mark Prinsley.
And if you go to page 66, that is the end of that document. I see this was actually deposed to and commissioned on the 11th of February 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, would you like to deal very briefly then with what the complainant at the time disclosed to EMPD regarding this incident?
I will read the statement.
Okay.
That on Wednesday, 8th of February 2023, my truck was loading goods in Patfontaine area. Around 2000, I was called that there are police officers there who claims the goods we were loading were stolen. I told my drivers not to move the truck unless to the police station. Brian, who hired the truck, insisted we go to offload the load, but I refused. And further, further use of the truck.
If I may say, it would appear that the photocopy cuts off perhaps the last word on a sentence to the right. So that would read, I refused any further use of the truck.
Yes.
Okay. May continue.
In the morning of Thursday, In the morning of Thursday, 9 February 2023, around 6 a.m., I received a WhatsApp call from an officer of EMPD asking why I'm not allowing her to deliver the goods with my truck. She used cell phone number, I see end there, 082597.
Don't read it out, please.
Oh, okay. I told her to find another truck and not to use mine. She got angry and threatened to pound my truck and link me to the crime. On Thursday afternoon around 3 p.m., the officers chased away my driver from my truck. When my driver reached my office without the truck, and informed me that the officer chased him away and she put her own driver in the truck. I drove there in Patfontaine where truck was loaded and found the truck being driven out, and there were 3 Metro police vehicles in front, and behind it I followed them to the N12 freeway where I even took pictures and video. I called the officer asking her where she was taking my truck to, but didn't answer. Instead, she
blocked my number.
Blocked my number, yes. I followed them until the interchange of N12, R21, and N3, where I was blocked by accident, and they proceeded. I lost them there and couldn't see them again. I then went to Patfontaine Police to report theft of truck, where I was told they can't open the case as they saw the truck moving with police escort. They didn't think it's stolen. On Friday morning, I was informed by Brian that officer took my truck to Boxburg EMPD pound. I went there to see my truck and found it with stolen parts and diesel 920 liter drained, auto shift and ECU also stolen.
And this, you say, is the statement of the complainant?
Yes.
If you go further on page 67, there is another statement.
your
My
microphone.
apologies.
Please repeat everything you said.
I was going to say, so you say that was the statement of the complainant as it was given to EMPD
Yes,
on 11 February 2023?
yes.
If you go further on, then at 67 is another statement. You don't have to call out the name. Just the person listed there is identified as a truck driver.
Yes.
And then you can deal with the contents of that statement. Thank you.
Okay. This is the truck driver hired by the complainant. This is the lawful driver. I'll read the statement.
Thank you.
I was at work on Thursday early morning when a police officer and I was at work on Thursday early morning when a police officer and my workmates came to my truck and informed me that I need to off-hook my trailer and go help one that was stuck. I off-hooked my trailer and went to help the off-hook truck. I then hooked the trailer that were loaded there in Patfontaine. The officers instructed me to drive the truck and follow them to an unknown location, but my boss, owner of the truck, told me not to drive anywhere but to police only. We stood there all day until around 3 p.m. when the officer chased me out of the truck. I then went to our company and reported to my boss that the police chased me out of the truck. That is all I can say.
And if we go further, then at page 69, I see that, well, the deponent signs, it appears to also be dated 11 February 2023, and it's commissioned at the bottom on the 11th February 2023. You see that?
Yes.
Now, if to go back to page 57, in fact, we started 55. Are these the documents pertaining to the truck in question?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to move forward to page 59. Page 59 to page 63 are pictures in your docket.
Yes.
Are these the pictures? What pictures are these? There are 5.
In page 59 is the picture of the load that was loaded in the truck in a form of boxes.
And the next page?
And 60 is a picture of the truck and its trailer with registration shown.
And now at page 61?
It shows the trailer.
And also at 62?
Is the trailer.
And 63?
A trailer and a little bit of the horse.
Okay, now where do these pictures come from?
These pictures were taken whilst the truck was at the pound of EMPD by the victim, the complainant.
Did they form part of the docket at the time the complaint was laid?
No, it didn't form the part.
They were provided to you?
Yes.
With the document then I originally referred you to, the complaint to EMPD at page 64 and the second report at page 67, what do you suggest the EMPD could have done about this matter? What is contained in those documents and what would it have enabled EMPD to do?
The EMPD should have opened a disciplinary hearing against the members because they had the information at that time. Furthermore, to get more evidence, the important part, it is the pound itself. The pound plays an important role because it's where we found who booked the truck in. What was the reason for booking the truck in the pound? Is there any case number for the truck to be booked in? And EMPD is in better position. They know when a car must be pounded. One or two mistakes in a vehicle doesn't warrant the car to be pounded. For instance, the car, when you look at the inner teeth, it says this car is white, and here they are seeing black car. Maybe during the registration, because the car now has been owned by many people, there might be somewhere where something went wrong. So it doesn't warrant for the car to be booked in, to be taken out of the road. So you need to follow up and do further and give a traffic fine if it warrants a traffic fine. So the EMPD was in better position to go to that pound to see what was the reason for this truck to be pounded here. So, and when you look here, the procedure, those EMPD members didn't follow the procedure because they didn't book the truck in the pound. They dumped the truck in the pound. Somebody has to note the truck that, okay, this truck entered the pound on this time and the people were in hurry. They ran away. So that will have given EMPD something to work on. And it is not a criminal offense for them dumping the truck there. But the misconduct is there. They know the procedure, how to do things according to their standing orders and rules.
And when you took over, when you started investigating the matter as IPID, were you able to obtain statements from the implicated officers, EMPD officers?
Yes.
I have in annexure TLM 1 from page 9, statements obtained during the interview of the what are called suspects.
Yes.
And the first one starts at page 13. And that would appear to be a statement, according to page 13, line 1, of Keisha Lee Stolls, a white female employed by EMPD as a constable. And the second paragraph then states, on 8th February 2023, at that time, at 2300 hours, she was contacted by a confidential informant regarding a suspected stolen load in Patfontaine on a plot. Then she sets out her version of what transpired.
Yes.
The next statement is at page 24. And that now is the statement of Adrian Norman Mackenzie. And he states, I, Adrian Norman Mackenzie, employed by Ekurhuleni as a Metro Police officer, gave statement. At paragraph 2, he then states, on 8th February 2023, at about 23 hours, I was contacted by Kay Stolls, who informed me that she had received information about a suspected stolen load that was in Patfontaine, and that she had informed our supervisor also that we must proceed to Patfontaine. You see that?
Yes.
So these you obtained on the 2nd of May of 2023, as reflected at page 18.
Yes.
Is it your case that the EMPD had the necessary information to start investigations, internal investigations, And they would have obtained the very statements that you 3 months later, obtained from Mr. Mackenzie and Ms. Stolz, who confirmed that they are the police officers involved. And then based on the facts of the case, EMPD would take a decision whether or not to institute disciplinary proceedings. Is that your case?
Yes, it's my case. And to add more there, we have a good relationship with EMPD. When a case is open against any member of EMPD, they knock at our door to ask for more information, and we gladly give them those copies, even if it is in an initial stage. And when the case progresses, they need more information, they come to us. The person who usually communicate with us, who is sent, is Binel Musepe, who comes to the office most of the time. So our communication line is open to them at any given time.
Just so that we are clear, the complainant made a statement to EMPD.
Yes.
So how did this case end up with IPID?
Because it was now a case at Patfontaine police station.
And then EMPD referred it to IPID.
The police, the Patfontaine referred it to us now.
Oh, okay.
And who reported it to Patfontaine SAPS? Is it EMPD or is it the complainant?
It will be EMPD because the SAPS in the first place refused to open the case for the complainant for the fact that they saw the truck being escorted by members of EMPD. So they didn't believe that the truck has been stolen because they said we saw the truck being escorted by Metro Police. So now EMPD is coming back with statement now to say, can you assist in opening the case? Now because it's law enforcement, now the case has to be cast now.
Okay. Maybe then explain how it works, because what we've seen with the blue lights case is that EMPD laid a complaint with the SAPS. And as I've understood the evidence, then from the SAPS it came to IPID, this case. From the SAPS they informed, IPID became involved. You did, and then an investigation was done into that matter, which resulted in a report and a negative recommendation to institute disciplinary proceedings. Why is this Patfontaine case treated differently by IPID? Because a complaint, as you tell us, a complaint was laid with Patfontaine SAPS by EMPD. Why does IPID not then do the same as you did with the blue lights, where you do your investigation and then you provide a report to EMPD on the basis of which they then institute disciplinary proceedings?
Let me clarify the blue light. The complainant, which was EMPD, came to IPID, and they didn't went to the police straight to complain. EMPD came to IPID to complain about the issue of blue light, and we informed them that we need statement. We cannot open a case without a statement. And then they provided such statement, and then the complainant himself, Commissioner Spies, assigned the statement and 3MA and 3MP, and then I took those documentation to the police station to open the case myself on behalf of him, because every document was there. So in the matter of Patfontaine, the complainant himself was not assisted by the SAPS. He did go as usual, as a normal complainant, to go and open a case at a police station. But for reason known by the police that we saw the truck moving with EMPD, we do not think the truck was stolen. So we are refusing. So the complainant was not satisfied with that because he wanted his issue to be registered. He went to EMPD. So EMPD took down his statement with their powers. They went back to the police station to clarify that this statement, this docket must be open as previously not accepted by the police.
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is at which point, so you because you say that EMPD had sufficient information, they could have instituted disciplinary proceedings.
Yeah.
I'm not quarreling with that. What I'm trying to understand is, does this mean, therefore, because the case was reported to EMPD and EMPD has the necessary information, does it mean IPID itself, when it becomes aware of this case, however you became aware of it, you don't do the investigation which ends up in recommendations to the city? That's what I'm trying to understand, how the process works.
Yeah, now I understand the question clearly. It will go the same way as Blue Light. After the completion of the investigation, we will do recommendation to EMPD because the case cannot be finalized without the recommendation both to the department and the DPP. So it will go the same way. So currently the investigation is not yet finalized. That is why the report is not yet out.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Magagula.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Mr. Magagula, that then takes us to paragraph 39 of your statement at page 10. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Please deal with paragraph 39.
In addition, the property was released to an individual who claimed to be the lawful owner by means of the SAPS 299 official register, which is not an authorized document for use by EMPD members.
Can I ask you to stop there and go back to your annexure bundle, page 13? And I am looking at the statement of Ms. Kishali Stalls, page 13, 13.
Yes, I'm there.
I see at the bottom of page 13, Ms. Stalls notes the following, and I quote, "The stolen load with Kinshasa case was returned to the owner on a SAP 299. I'll stop there. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And that is what you are referring to at your paragraph 39.
Yes.
Can you talk us through what an SAPS 299 is, this official register, and whether anyone investigating the whereabouts of the goods would have, I take it, would have regard to that document at the pound, and that would, whether that would inform them as to who booked the load in and who checked it out to hand over to the supposed owner. Can you, are you able to explain to us what one learns from SAPS 299 document?
SAPS 299 is a South African police register which of stolen return of suspected stolen property to the owner. It is used by SAPS. It is not used by EMPD. And to release property to a lawful owner also, the property cannot be released by any member It must be an officer. So what does SAPS 299 tell us is that, for instance, something is stolen at Edgar's, shoplifted at Edgar's, and Edgar's needs that property immediately. Then a police officer, after Edgar's must satisfy the police officer that this is my property, producing proof that this belongs to me. And then SAPS will make a copy of the lawful owner from Edgar's ID and the receipt of that item, that, because when you say that belong to me, here is the receipt of my property, and then SAPS will make all those documentation and attach, and you sign that register and they release that property. So here what I see, Keisha Listol was make copies of this documentation and keep it to herself in the car, and release when they found something in the street or they want to take one property to another to legalize the property, and then they sign that SAPS register and give it to someone. Here in this matter, it's fine. There is a...
Are you assuming that this is so, or do you have facts to back up what you say? That is, that officer Stolz made copies and would then use those copies whenever she saw it necessary.
Yeah, there is in the docket, there is a copy of SAP 299,
All right.
which she signed.
I will try and
Will take
locate it for
us-
you. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
As you explain, we'll try and locate that. Thank you.
Please continue with your explanation.
Even SAPS members, in terms of this SAP 299, in the patrol vans, they don't keep those forms to themselves as SAPS members. So in this matter of Keisha Listol's, it can be seen that they are keeping these copies for their own reason, which is not lawful. It's unlawful to have that form. Because even in the SAPS, when the officer releases it, it must still be noted in the occurrence book. It doesn't result in filling up the 299 and it ends up there. It must be in the occurrence book, so that after 2 months or 1 year, a person comes and complains, we still have the register to say, OB entry of that release of property is here.
To your knowledge, does the EMPD have an equivalent of the OB, the occurrence book?
Some of the units have, but it's not up to the standard of SAPS. The standard of SAPS, the occurrence book, when it finishes, they archive it. Another new book. So from previous year, if you want a certain month, they will just go to the year and month and pick up that book and look for that specific entry. So for EMPD, it's some of the units, they have it. It is not, I cannot call it officially, because if I can go to them that I need an OB of your success or your duty on, duty off for year 2025, I might not get it.
Thank you, Mr. Magagula. I was quickly flipping through Annexure TLM1. My challenge is I don't know what an SAP 299 looks like. And for the moment, I cannot find a document that, but as I understand, this is the complete docket. During tea, we will try and locate SAP 299. We were still at your paragraph 39 when I stopped you. line 3 where the second sentence starts now. Are you with me? Your statement, page 10,
Yes.
paragraph 39.
Yes.
You had read the first sentence when I stopped you and I asked you to deal with SAP 299 official register, you remember?
Yes.
So we are now at your second sentence at line 3. If you can take it from there.
The investigation has not been finalized.
It's a, don't you said that there was also no
No,
specified?
there was also, yes.
There was also no specified location at which the alleged lawful owner received the consignment, in bracket goods. The investigation has not been finalized, and accordingly, recommendation to the EMPD and referral of the matter to the DPP have not been compiled. Such recommendation and referrals remain pending the obtaining of statement from key witnesses identified above.
Would you say the investigation has stagnated at this stage? That's my sense when I go through what you narrate about this specific case. Would you say the investigation has stagnated, or would you say you still have leads? I don't want you to tell us what those leads are if you do have them. But it seems to me the investigation has stagnated. Some people have disappeared, people that you would have loved to take statements from, and one that is available and whose statement you would like to obtain is refusing to give you that statement. So it's on that basis that I'm asking you, would you say the investigation has stagnated?
I will agree with you, but I hope to persuade this witness, which I believe at a later stage you will comply. Currently, he is afraid. I don't want to lie. To communicate with him, I communicate with him. He says he's afraid of the police. The question will be, hey, Magagula, you know the police, they will kill me. Then I don't want to be in that position. So I'm trying to show him that there is witness protection, all those type of resources that the state have to, that they can provide him with to be safe. So currently it is stagnated. It is not moving.
Besides offering witness protection, are there any other means of obtaining a statement from a recalcitrant would-be witness?
I do have a plan which, if I can reveal it, everyone is listening, the police officers will be knowing how Magagula is going to handle this matter. And then
my focus, and by no means imputing impropriety on you, but my question was about lawful means. So are you saying you do have lawful means?
Yeah, it is a lawful, it is a lawful one, 100%, where the witness will be comfortable. And they won't be forced, it will be voluntary.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Magagula.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner.
Mr. Magagula, my concern is this case is from February 2023 and it's now February 2026. I don't know, maybe I see it differently. The statements you have from the owner and the truck driver and the two statements from the EMPD officers and the failure to use proper documents to release the property. And you say the manner in which it was impounded was also improper, how it was not recorded in the SAPS 13. Are those facts not sufficient to make recommendations of a disciplinary nature? Because I'm concerned that if you do manage to persuade this other witness to give you a statement, and it's now 2018, 5 years after the event happened, it will be difficult to, prosecute people because memory fades, documents go missing, people pass on in the process, the police officers retire in the process. In fact, in the case of Stalls, we are told that at the end of January 2025, she retired from EMPD. So do you not take those things into consideration, and do you not say, I know my investigation is not 100% complete, but I'm satisfied that with the 75% that I have, disciplinary proceedings can be instituted? Do you not look at it that way?
In terms of the, let me start with the DPP. The best way, as things stand, we have a prima facie case where I can start with the Director of Public Prosecution, making an inroad in the Director of Public Prosecution to find which charges I can prefer, because these members here, if you look at them, they want to run away. The manner, their modus operandi, because the case was registered as theft of the truck. Now, the truck, when you look at the transaction, it is not stolen, because at the end of the day, they have returned the truck to EMPD. So they wanted to kill that charge of a truck. They were very, very clever on that, but it's not cleverness. Now, they have a second problem. The truck was moving in good condition, and it was intended to go to Mpumalanga, Akonok, which is about 500 kilometers from Patfontaine. So it shows that the truck was in working condition. 3 days after the owner received the message that the truck is in EMPD pound, there is another charge now, which is then theft out of motor vehicle. Some parts of the truck on its own, some part were stolen. The owner has to go and buy parts of the truck to put it in order for the truck to be able to be drivable again.
Even diesel, as I read this.
There is a
900
part,
liters.
diesel also, but there are parts of the truck. There are parts of the truck that were stolen there. So it's theft out of motor vehicle, not theft of the truck, because that one they tried to make a U-turn, because theft, it will be to deprive the lawful owner of his property permanently. So here they can come and say, we didn't want to deprive him permanently. We booked the truck in the pound. So in terms of that, I'll look at that area of that charge of theft out of motor vehicle. We have another challenge. I have another challenge in terms of the charges. Their aim, the intention of the officers was not about the truck. It was about the property that was inside the truck. The property worth more than 1 million rand. That property that was stolen there, it was not recovered. They allege that they gave the lawful owner somewhere. The importance of the witness which hired the truck owner to transport these goods. That statement is very, very important in that aspect.
And, I'll take you back to your answer, I think, to my last question. How soon do you intend to use the means that you referred to? You said you do have other lawful means to obtain the outstanding statement. By when will you do that?
In the next 4 weeks.
Why that long?
I will be revealing that strategy.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Magagula, this is a follow-up on Commissioner Khumalo, but slightly different. You have listed certain shortcomings. For example, the use of the SAP 299 document. You say they should not have. It's a wrong document to have used, but also it should not be in their possession because it's not an EMPD document.
Yes.
That's one. Just keep note of this list. You've got that. And then there is the release of the goods according to stalls. The goods were released to an owner, but there's no record of who that person is. It just says the owner. You say that there was no case opened for impounding the truck and trailer. You also say there was no location, no specified location where the goods were released. And then I want to add to that list that there is no record, a record of the goods being released. We've got a statement saying the goods of the goods being impounded and then released, which I expect would happen if the police come into possession of any matter. They would record it properly. This is what they received, and then this is what they released and who they released it to. But that list of things that were not done and which you record in your statement seem to me not to, for them to be provable or to constitute charges for disciplinary purposes and to be proved as misconduct does not depend on a complainant's statement. It's a matter that you have on record, and employees could be charged on that without even having a complainant present.
Yes.
A complainant as in the owner of the truck and the owner of the goods. Having said that, it seems to me then that the IPID should be able, or should have been able, and should still be able to make a recommendation to the EMPD to discipline on just these issues. Why has that not happened? Why have you not drawn conclusions on these lines that there's been an infraction of this and that and that and that shortcomings on Stolz's own statement? Here are the shortcomings or matters that are disciplinable, and we make a negative recommendation that she and Mackenzie be disciplined. Why has that not happened? And why can that not happen?
This question, the SC has canvassed it. We spoke about it a lot of times. The standard operating procedure of IPID doesn't allow us to make a recommendation without the completion of the case. So when we make recommendation, is when the investigating officer says that everything is here in the docket, and you compile your report to DPP and the stakeholder, which will be EMPD or SAPS. So we do these reports when we finalize the matter, because the system, you must feed this recommendation to IPID system, electronic system, and it is signed by the provincial head that you have finalized the matter. So even when the auditors comes, they will say, in this matter, everything was done, and it was done on this date. So when you see our PDMs, after we have done our memorandum to DPP and SAPS, DPP might not be satisfied. The office was convinced that the matter is completed, but the DPP can say, no, Magagula, you have not yet finalized the matter. Go and do 1, 2, 3, 4. But already on our system, it will be finalized because we're convinced that everything was done. So I do not know if I answer your question. The predicament, even now when I live here, is because I can do the recommendation. But will my boss sign it because the standard operating procedure says that you must do recommendation when the matter is finalized?
I've not seen the prescript that you are referring to, but depending on the language, as presently advised, I feel that IPID is unduly constraining itself in this sense. If this is about the completion of investigations, I do not understand why you should tie EMPD investigations to investigations intended for the criminal process. If on what you have done, you are of the view that enough is now in existence for purposes of pursuing a disciplinary process, why can't you say investigations are now complete insofar as the disciplinary process is concerned? And then you are able to fill in that electronic document and you are able to convince your superior to sign off on that. Are you perhaps not unduly constraining yourselves? Are you perhaps not interpreting the prescript you are referring to wrongly?
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner, that as soon as we establish that there is a prima facie case, we should
that is exactly my point.
Yeah.
Practically, you may easily establish that there is a prima facie case for purposes of the disciplinary process.
Yes.
Which means that with regard to that process, the investigation is complete. So why can't you close that off, seek your superior's signature, and fill in that form? And where it says, is the investigation complete? You say yes. Why can't you do that? Sitting here now, I don't understand why not, unless you explain it.
And maybe to add to that if it's quite conceivable that you may, I know you have just said to us that you have means of getting these witnesses, additional witnesses that have disappeared, but it's conceivable that you never ever find them. And the way you describe your standard operating procedure and your reasons for not having recommended yet disciplinary action to the EMPD, that could be the end of this case, because you never get those witnesses. And so you have officers where there's a prima facie case against them, which gets proven on a balance of probabilities, and in respect of whom your witness statements are irrelevant, right, for reasons that I've earlier discussed with you, but they actually walk scot-free because your standard operating procedure says until you've bedded everything together and you have a docket that goes to that's approved by the DPP, you may not recommend to the EMPD to institute disciplinary proceedings. Something is seriously wrong if that is what your standard operating procedure says or requires of you.
I agree.
But bear in mind that I say you may well be misreading that standard operating procedure. So do you want to comment on all this? I'm sure you still remember everything I said, and you remember what my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi, has just said. Do you wish to comment on all that, please?
In terms of me maybe not understanding the standard operating procedure, I'll be saying it means that most of the caseworkers of IPID, if the point is that we are not understanding that standard operating procedure, including our boss who must sign the set recommendation, because it will be written, definitely so.
Yeah. You see, the simple point is this: what may have to be proved for purposes of the criminal case may not necessarily be the same as what needs to be proved in respect of the disciplinary process. So it just doesn't make sense that the two should be bound up together, such that you cannot move on this one, even though everything that needs to be satisfied has been satisfied. It just doesn't make sense to bind them together like that. Do you get what I mean?
I get it.
Do you agree that you may possibly be misreading the standard operating procedure? I'm suggesting this to you, not having read the procedure, but you accept that you may well, because otherwise,
I accept.
Otherwise, whoever framed it would have framed it very stupidly.
Yeah, I accept.
Thank you.
And do you accept, sorry, Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you accept that if you have read it correctly, if what you're telling us is in fact what it is, then it's a major flaw in that standard operating procedures and it has to be reconsidered?
Yes.
So that it permits you to do what the chair is suggesting should be the way things are done.
Yes, I agree.
And
it will be fruitful.
Yeah. And we are not blaming you. We are not blaming, as we understand it, you are suggesting that this is how all of you operate, you know. Yeah. Ms. Sidlo, perhaps we should throw this one back at you for you to please follow up on the actual content and true reading of this procedure.
In fact, we've made a note. These are some of the documents when Mr. Kiafela Kai returns for the IPID stream. This would form part of his bundle.
Yes, yes.
To talk generally about IPID and the SOPs and any other regulatory instruments they have. However, although I'm hesitant to tell the commissioners this, we have tracked it down. It's an SOP dated 25th March 2019, but I won't put it to the witness. The witness hasn't been confronted with this document. It would be grossly unfair, but we will pick up the issue. And I suggest so, confident that it need not detain us regard being heard to the peculiarities of this particular case. Yes, it's still a live issue that must be answered in regard to the others. So if I may just deal with the witness, confining ourselves to this case, to address the very concern that the commissioners raise, that why could disciplinary processes not be initiated within EMPD regarding this Patfontaine matter, and to determine whether failure to do so was caused by the delays on the part of IPID. The reading of the statement doesn't fully answer that question, but the reading of the docket, I think, to a large extent does. So perhaps if I take the witness through those documents.
Yes, Ms. Law.
Thank you. Before we do so, Chair, my very able attorney has assisted with SAP 299 or 229. I don't know whether it's experience in being arrested or in arresting or solving criminal cases, but that is to be found in TLM 1 at page 33. Mr. Magagula, if you go back to your annexures file. Remember the annexure file we're working through, looking at your docket in this Patfontaine matter? Please go to page 33. Are you there?
Yeah.
I'm advised, and I see at the top right corner, unfortunately, the page number is imprinted over that it reads SAPS 299. Is that that SAP register we spoke about earlier?
Yes, it's the register that I spoke about.
Okay, the chair had asked us to locate it, so it is located. So I don't know if the chair would like to consider some questions on this SAP 299 that Ms. Kisha Stolz references in her statement to say the goods were returned to the lawful owner.
Not at this stage.
Not at
I'll
this
see
stage.
if I can.
Then just
apply
to
my
note
mind
it for the
to-
record.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. Magagula, in order then to deal with the issue that the commissioners engaged you on regarding delays in institution of disciplinary processes within EMPD, we need to run forward into your statement, and I would like you to turn to page 19 of your statement. At page 19, paragraph 85. You deal at paragraph 85 with ongoing, you say, communications with the institutions whose members we investigate. You see that?
Yeah.
On page 19, you see the last line of page 19 at
Yeah.
85?
Yes, I see.
Please read that last sentence starting with all these institutions and then continuing overleaf.
All these institutions do not require a directive from IPID to initiate their own disciplinary investigation. Where the institution become aware of the relevant facts, they act on them through their own internal processes.
And then, bearing that in mind, please turn to page 42 of the annexure bundle. At page 42, I find a statement, again on the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Integrity and Standards, form. This F1 goes forward to page 45. It's signed on the 19th of February 2023. Now we must remember that the incident occurred on the 8th of February 2023. And it would appear that EMPD was able to obtain a statement from Ms. Stolz, who's one of their members involved in this incident, on the 19th of February 2023. She relates the incident as she remembers it or knows it. And just to highlight a few aspects, at page 42, line 3, second sentence starts regarding this load. Allegedly, the load was meant to be in Congo, but had been stolen and was currently on a plot in Patfontaine. If I go further, at page 43, for instance, about midway, or just slightly below midway of that page, there is a sentence, she's talking about the shop owner, and we know now it's Yusuf. She says, I know who the person was referring to. This is, I guess, the informant she's talking to, allegedly, and was aware that Yusuf had been arrested in 2022 for possession of stolen goods and possession of stolen trailers. Then at 43, then she goes into detail about this vehicle, this truck, and her own visit to the pound. Midway, page 44, she states, I went to Boxburg Pound and explained to the officer that the owner of the truck was a person by the name of Yusuf, and to please call me if Yusuf arrived so that I could arrest him. During the week, I was informed by the EMPD pound office that someone had come to the pound to collect the horse and trailers, but it was not Yusuf, but the officer refused them to collect. 3 lines down, I refused, and I have also been contacted by persons not known to me on behalf of Yusuf to release the horse and trailer for 20,000 bribe. I refused. Yusuf is wanted by a colonel from Crime Intelligence Germiston for questioning regarding the theft of goods as well as truck hijacking. I'm to contact the colonel as soon as I have Yusuf in custody. And then it goes on at page 45, where she alleges that Yusuf wants to bribe her and has threatened her and her career. Now, this statement she makes on the 19th of February 2023, do you confirm that?
I confirm.
If you go further at page 46, it's a similar statement, again on an EMPD, Integrity and Standards letterhead. This is by Adrian Mackenzie.
Yes.
The other officer we know was involved. On this, in this document, at the page 46, Mr. Mackenzie notes, on 8th February 2003, at about 23 hours, I was contacted by Constable Stolz, who informed me that she had received information about a suspected stolen load that was in Patfontaine, and that she had informed our supervisor and that we must proceed to Patfontaine. When we arrived at the plot, we saw a horse and 2 trailers. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Incidentally, before I continue, do you know who their supervisor is?
Their supervisor, I know him as Julius Mkwanaze after their arrest in Benoni case.
Okay. Then if we go to page 48, then he gives his version of the incident. At page 48, importantly, the start of the page reads, we reached Boxburg where the owner of the load, who gave proof of ownership and relevant documents, took possession of his stock. And similarly, like with Ms. Stolz, no, not similarly, Ms. Stolz deposed to this on the 19th of February to IPID, to EMPD, and Mr. Mackenzie on the 24th of February 2025. Now, in your view, considering that by that time EMPD was armed with the complainant statement made to EMPD, less than 2 weeks later, EMPD had obtained the statements of the implicated officers and also regard being held to the content of their respective statements. Was that not sufficient for EMPD to trigger its own internal processes and start an disciplinary investigation, as you say at paragraph 85 at the bottom, that all these institutions do not require a directive from IPID to institute their own disciplinary investigations? Where the institution becomes aware of the relevant facts, they act on them through their own internal processes.
Yes, they have enough evidence to start their own disciplinary action. Even before I took over the investigation, they have all the facts. Because this person who obtained this statement works in that unit, which takes disciplinary action against members. Because it says, if you look at the top, integrity and standard. So this person is from that unit. So here they were supposed to have taken, they are aware even before IPID knew about this matter.
And if I can take you then further to page 90 of the same file, we're still in TLM 1.
Page 9?
9090.
Okay.
And this document is on the EMPD and City of Ikuruleni letterhead. It is directed to the head of Detective Services, South African Police Service. It states that it's from Owen Prinsloo, investigator. It's dated the 13th of February 2023. And My understanding of this document is, I read, the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department hereby requests a copy of the following docket, gives its details, Police Station, Patfontaine, SAPS. It continues, the COE Investigation Unit requests the information to assist in completing the internal investigation. EMPD reference number is as given. And then, thank you in advance. It's signed by Owen Prinsloo, COE. I take it that the City of Ekurhuleni Investigation Unit, EMPD. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
I read that to be conclusive proof that EMPD was fully aware of the facts and that, in fact, EMPD had initiated some form of investigation and had appointed an investigating officer for this purpose. Would that be your understanding as well?
Yes, I agree.
To your knowledge, do you know whether or not EMPD ever initiated or firstly concluded this investigation and or initiated any disciplinary proceedings against the implicated officers?
I will say I do not know currently what is happening. What I know is that Warrant Officer Kirsten recently asked copies for this docket again from me, from Integrity and Standard, and I provided here with the copies of this docket. So since from that time, this was in an initial stage of the investigation, and she recently asked me now. So I don't know at which time, and when I asked her through WhatsApp, what was the purpose for now? She said it was because of civil claim. So according to my experience with EMPD, now I'm talking my experience with EMPD, the cases that we have done. When we give them copies, they open their DR, they put them there, and we run with our investigation criminally until the member is found guilty. Those are the successes that they will have departmentally, not because of their investigation. Even if we have provided them with the copies, remember, criminally runs for a long time. There is a serial rapist in EMPD, which Nomsama Sugu was doing. That case ran for many years, and that serial rapist was found guilty, so he was given multiple life sentence. That member was still working for those years. The member was a white officer by the name of Cummings. He was raping minor children. It's on record, this one. But his dismissal was not because of their departmental. It was because of the criminal conviction. There was another case that I have done of a white male officer who was working at K9, also raping a child of his friend. He was also found guilty. They had, Binel was, every time she was with me giving her the copies, but today she will say I didn't give her. She was following me even in Albertine. That member was found guilty at Palm Ridge Court. It was the time that member was dismissed. Not by their internal processes. They will have our copies, but nothing will happen. They will park it there. So they are depending on the outcome of IPID criminal investigation. So some of the copies that we give them, those copies when we give them, they use them to wage a war against each other. Because when we give them copies, it is allegation against a certain member. So those copies, when it is kept there, they know, oh, when you have a case of assault or whatsoever. If he does something, they will say, we will expose you, remember. So it is not for a good purpose. That unit, those people that were working there, they were working there for the longest time. So each and everything that is happening there, it is because of them. So when there are failures that must be pointed, they will be pointing. Magagula and IPD don't give us this. We can go as far as 2020 and looking at their departmental hearing, the members that were dismissed, and we look why they were dismissed. They were dismissed because of their departmental hearing or because of criminal conviction.
So the two examples that you give, the rape convictions, had IPID furnished EMPD with negative reports?
Yes, those.
I would imagine that it had.
Yeah, this one.
And who would those negative reports have been addressed to?
Mr. Henny Erasmus and Binel Mutsipe, they are the longest serving member in that unit. So also we can also verify through our...
And you would have chosen them because?
I have chosen...
that is, you would have sent to them because?
The investigation was finalized.
No, I'm asking, there's a hierarchy within the EMPD. There's the chief, there are deputies, and all the way down. So I'm asking who you address the negative reports to, and you mentioned the two officers. So I'm asking, why did you choose those two officers when you otherwise have this hierarchy within the EMPD?
A recommendation to EMPD goes to that office. So the chief has mandated that office of Colonel Erasmus to deal with our recommendation.
So you always address to that office?
To that office.
Oh, all right, thank you.
And perhaps just to close that, if you look at page 20 of your statement, paragraph 88, you state that you have, and this is in a slightly different context, but just to understand who Mr. Erasmus is, you state that you also have ongoing engagements with Mr. Henny Erasmus from the EMPD Integrity and Standards Unit regarding matters under investigation now. Following on the chairperson's question, who within the Integrity and Standards Unit what role does Mr. Henny Erasmus play?
He is the commander of the Integrity and Standard.
Is he the head of that unit? Do you know him to be such?
He is the head of that unit.
And as I saw from the documents that we were looking at and the statements given to the EMPD, like at page 64, it reads Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Integrity and Standards. So that would be his office taking these statements and the complaints.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, I've eaten into your tea time.
How long do you think we're going to be today, or how much longer?
With him?
I'm not suggesting we should not take the tea break, no.
No. I think we just, in fact, if it is okay, we can just wrap up then on the status of this case.
No, I was not suggesting that.
All right. I was hoping to finish by 4.
By 4, all right.
But regarding the level of engagement, maybe that is too hopeful on my part. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be engagement, just...
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
11:30. Thank you, Chair.
are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps before we conclude on this matter, just to report back to Commissioner Baloyi, I've had a discussion with a witness regarding the question posed by Commissioner Baloyi. As I understand it, the witness can only inform the commissioners how they do it. As to whether or not that is a function of misinterpretation of the SOP, it's a matter that requires analysis of the SOP. But just generally that they await the conclusion of all investigations and then simultaneously issue the negative report or positive report, as the case may be, and the memorandum to the DPP. As the witness testified, I think, earlier, he appreciates the difficulties even we had and the logic behind that. But it is stated that that's how it's done. I propose, therefore, that we stand down the issue. We have noted it. And Mr. Kiefela, upon his return, with reference to the SOP and any other regulatory mechanisms, will direct us as to whether that's how it's intended to be done. Then we can engage with the question of whether changes must be effected to the SOP or whether it's not required by the SOP, it's just a misinterpretation by the investigators as they undertake these investigations. If that would be acceptable to Commissioner Baloyi.
It's acceptable to the chair, that's right.
Well, the question was yours, ma'am, so, and the chair, of course.
Right.
That is the proposal.
I'm happy with that. Are you stepping off this?
No, I just needed to report back on the question that we'd said. We'll come back to you after tea. You remember, Mr. Magagula, that before we broke for tea, we had run ahead in your statement to page 85, where you make the point that, in truth, the institutions such as...
You mean paragraph?
Paragraph 85, not page 85, page 19, where you make the point that, in truth, the institutions do not have to await a decision by IPID to determine for themselves whether to invoke their internal mechanisms to start disciplinary investigations. You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay, we had just run ahead. Now we need to go back to where we were and find our place and take up your testimony from there. And for that purpose, I would like us to go back to page 11. And at page 11, from paragraph 43, you deal with the status of the case. I know that the commissioners asked you some issues regarding that status of the case, but I don't think it has been formally put on record. So if you could just read into the record the status of this case, and then we'll move on to the next case. Thank you.
Current status of the case is still under investigation. I'm trying to obtain the statement of the owner of the goods and owner of the plot. I'm struggling to locate the owner of the goods, as we have so far not been able to trace him. Although the owner of the plot is available, he is reluctant to provide a statement citing that he's scared of the police, as they were the perpetrators of the crime.
Thank you. Now we are ready to move off this case. Commissioner Baloyi.
Let me ask, it may be again, Ms. Silo, that this is something that will be canvassed with Mr. Kiefela.
Yes, ma'am.
But I would like to hear the witness's view of it. Now, in Stolz's statement, she explains how she gets involved with this. She says she got information from an informant that there was stolen property at a certain place or plot. Now, that seems to me to be a matter that ordinarily would be handled by the SAPS not a municipal police. I don't recall what the evidence was about the power on this kind of issue about the powers of MPS. What is in fact the powers of the MPS when it comes to matters which are not strictly municipal matters, but are criminal conduct that seem ordinarily belong to the SAPS? Are you able to comment on that?
To comment on this, if I understand the question correctly, members of EMPD, they have the same powers as SAPS, but they do not have investigative powers. They cannot tell us that we're investigating this and this. If they receive such information that there is stolen goods at a certain place, they have a right to go there and seize the property and arrest the suspect. And they must register the case at that specific place where they found those things. You cannot find things in Patfontaine and decide to open a case in Germiston. It doesn't work. So everything, it is where you found the properties in, the relevant police station must be used.
Okay, so is your answer that there is nothing wrong with that Stolz receives information from an informant, as she says, an informant called her, and then she proceeded to the place, and assume everything was legitimate. Then let's assume everything was done legitimately and was done according to procedure. There would be nothing wrong with an informant in telling Stolz there's stolen goods at this property, and then Stolz proceeding to that property, arresting, taking possession of the property, and then going to record it and impounding in accordance with procedures. You're saying there would be nothing wrong with that. It falls within their mandate.
Yes, there is nothing wrong with it.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Mr. Magagula, I think then we are ready to move to our next case, which starts at your page 12. And this is Benoni Case 215/07/2022, and it starts at your paragraph 46. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
If you can then talk to this case, starting at paragraph 42.
Benoni Case 215.
Apologies, 46, paragraph 46. Please continue.
Benoni Case 215 of 7/2022. This is a kidnapping and corruption case. The docket is attached as Annexa TLM2. The complainant alleged that on 6 July 2022 at approximately 11:45, he was at his workplace with a friend of his employer. His employer was not present as he had gone to Boxburg to purchase stock. 2 male EMPD officers and 1 female EMPD officer arrived at the shop. The officers asked the complainant about his employer's whereabouts, and he informed them that his employer was not around. The police then began searching the shop and allegedly stole a large quantity of cigarettes, placing them on the ground. They inquired about the invoice for the cigarette, and the complainant explained that the invoice was with his employer. The EMPD officers reportedly packed the cigarette into 4 large boxes and 1 large China bag. This China bag is usually referred to Mashangani bag. The employer's friend was instructed to leave. The employer's friend was instructed to leave and immediately complied. During the incident, one of the officers took a cell phone belonging to the complainant employer. The EMPD officers also disconnected the CCTV camera and instructed the complainant to close the shop. They ordered the complainant to board a police vehicle driven by a male African officer. The cigarettes were loaded into another vehicle driven by the female white EMPD officer. The information of evidential value has been obtained, such as witnesses' statement, exhibit register SAPS, photo album, as well as the suspect warning statement. The matter was discussed with the public prosecutor based on the evidence collected, and the prosecutor directed that the alleged suspect should be arrested. The arrest was effected on the 10th March 2023, and the accused appeared before court for their first appearance on the 13th of March 2023. The matter was remanded on various court dates until the case reached trial stage and was set for the 18th February 2025. Subsequently, and on 18 March 2025, the matter was provisionally withdrawn on the day due to the complainants not showing interest on the matter. All court appearances are recorded on Annexa TLM 2.
If you could stop there, and perhaps let's have regards to Annexure TLM 2. And now we go to the big file, the Annexure file that we're looking at prior to tea break. And it starts, TLM 2 starts from page 93.
TL2.
Page 93, it should have a flag marked TLM 2.
Yeah, I see TLM 3.
Just look at
The top right?
Yeah.
The top one.
The page numbering at the top.
The red page numbering. Top right corner. You'll see 93. Look for 93.
Okay, I got it. 93. Yes.
Page 93. And you will see that just before page 93, there is a page that is, and onto that page, a flag is attached. Do you see that? A flag. Just before page 93. The page before 93 has got a flag.
Yes.
Now, if you look at that flag, you'll see it's got a number, TML2.
Yes.
So that's how we read the annexures.
Okay.
Okay. So this is what you suggest is TLM2, and that is the case docket in the case that we are discussing currently.
Yes.
Once again, before we deal with the detail of this matter, I think, commissioners, we need to rearrange the pages. If you go to page 231, that should be the Forensic Science Laboratory report. And the commissioners will see from that it's then followed by page 232. It's some pictures extracted by the laboratory. However, if you go back to page 165 to page 211, you come across other pictures, but not attached to this particular document. These documents belong to the report from page 232, so the commissioners would have to remove them from their current place and to bring them here. The numbering will be a bit out, because when the copies were ran from the docket, that's where the pictures were positioned. When one considers the actual report starting at page 226, the laboratory report, and in particular from page 227 at the bottom, there is a long list of these photographs that are listed there. But the photographs that immediately follow are fewer, and the other photographs seem to be, misfiled. At page 165, to page 211. So if you could just make, the commissioners would make, we will come back, we'll come and readjust your files
Rather
accordingly.
take us to whichever you want to take us to. Sorting out that,
Then we'll
we'll
sort
leave that. We'll leave that to you.
Okay.
Yes.
We then, Mr. Magagula, do you confirm that my interpretation of the docket is correct?
Yes.
Right, okay. We will make the necessary changes to the commissioner's files. You indicate that in this matter, I think best if we go to page, the second set of pictures, because I think it speaks more to what you have just said. And this, for this, I'll refer you to page 232. Page 232 and following. And you stated that from these pictures, the specific members of EMPD can be seen in the shop of the complainant.
Yes.
So they are currently being projected, and we'll just scroll through them. Are these, do you confirm that these are the members of EMPD who undertook this quote-unquote operation?
Yes.
I note from your statement, you say that the investigation was completed and that the matter is currently in court. What I could not locate is your IPID report to EMPD to initiate the internal investigations for disciplinary purposes. It's not in the docket. Do you confirm it's not?
I confirm.
Was it ever filed with EMPD?
It was not filed.
And the reason for that being?
The reason for this matter not be, it was not completed through decision. It was completed as an arrest. So when we arrest, from the word go, when we arrest, we are not making any recommendation to the DPP and the EMPD. As a result, you will find out those reports are not there. So in this one, when I make a straight arrest, the person who will be responsible for making the recommendation, it will be the senior public prosecutor to the director of public prosecution, because each and every case where a member of South African police or EMPD is arrested, the docket has to go to the DPP. So at that stage, the person who does that recommendation, it will be the senior public prosecutor.
So how do you suggest the EMPD gets to learn that it should initiate internal investigations against these members?
As I said, in this matter, we communicate with EMPD. EMPD, on this matter, they were aware of it when I effected an arrest. I effected an arrest in the boardroom of Mr. Rivo's Peace. He was present. Even when I was at court during bail application, there was a communication between him and me, because it was the same day when Yako Hanekom was killed, because it's when I received call that Yako has been killed, and I was at court. He even sent me certain video of court gathering, some of the people who were in court, sent by Mr. Rivo to me. He was not there. So someone took pictures, a video footage in court, and sent it to Mr. Spies, and Mr. Spies did send it to me. So he was aware of this incident, what was happening in this incident.
I want to ask, you say where you effect an arrest, and the senior prosecutor makes a recommendation to prosecute, you don't do your normal IPID investigation and a recommendation. Is that because of the standard operating procedure, or is that a decision that you make on your own?
It is the standard operating procedure. If we effect an arrest, when I come back with the docket, that system that I was talking about, we must feed it. It will ask you, it was an arrest, or immediately when I click arrest, it will say this matter is completed on the system. That system is called flow-centric.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Now, did you share with the EMPD any parts of this docket which would provide the facts necessary for them to initiate the investigation? And if so, when did you share that information and how? Besides you arresting them in the presence of Commissioner Spies and other senior personnel?
I shared the copies through that mutual understanding because they asked for it and we give them. I want to be clear, I did not make them to sign for it in any documentation that they received this. I didn't do that, but I gave it to them, Ms. Musepe.
So when you say you gave it to them, is it the contents of the docket in its entirety or some documents from the docket?
The contents of the docket.
And you gave that to Ms. Mutsepe?
Yes.
Now, this matter, as I understand it, arose in July 2022, and I think the arrests were on the 10th of March 2023. We are now in 2026. Can you recall when you gave Ms. Mutsepe this docket?
In 2023.
In 2023?
Yeah. Immediately when incident happened is when they come knocking to our doors and we provide. When there is new development,
yes,
whether it's a video footage or she will ask us to provide them with that video footage. If it is in forensic, I will inform her that the video footage is still in forensic, I can provide. If I have a working copy, I'll provide a working copy.
And just perhaps lastly for the record, are you aware of a complaint from EMPD or any of its senior managers that the EMPD does not have information regarding this matter and therefore are not in a position to take steps against their members? Are you aware of such a complaint to IPID?
I'm aware because I heard, but when you look at it, when I effected arrest, they were present. So I do not know if they say that they are not aware whilst I effected that arrest in their own offices. I wonder what they are meaning.
And I think Commissioner Spies did testify to the fact that they were arrested in the boardroom in his personal presence, at least. He was there. So are you suggesting that that was at least sufficient for EMPD to take an initiative to establish why it is they are being arrested and to seek such information as they require to take disciplinary action?
Yes.
Okay. You had dealt with your paragraph 51 and you had informed us that this matter now is provisionally withdrawn from the court roll.
Sorry, Ms.
Yes.
These pictures, I mean, there are names of people that are in the statement of the implicated person. You projected photographs. Is Mr. Magagula able to say to us who are those people in those pictures? You can project any of them, but I think of interest is the three people that are implicated.
The first picture there,
There's a screen closer to you.
I see Keisha Listos.
Okay, we'll try to move on to the next.
There's
Are
a-
you just before that? Are you referring? There's somebody in a T-shirt with a star on the chest, and then there's somebody in uniform.
The one in uniform, I'm not clear who he is. I can see him, but with Keisha Listols, I can see it there.
Mr. Magagula, I don't understand. There are two people on the picture. There is a male in what appears to be a gray T-shirt, and to his right is a person who appears to be female, and that person seems to be wearing a uniform. Am I seeing properly? Is that what you also see?
Yeah, I can see two.
Okay, now, of the two, please identify the one that you say is Ms. Stolz.
Is the white female wearing uniform?
Okay.
If I may be of assistance, maybe if you go to page 233, if we could project that, I think it might be a clearer picture if it's the same person.
Yeah, this is Keisha Listols in this picture.
Okay, thank you.
And I think we'll have to go to, I suggest, page 165. And following. I don't know if you can recognize the gentleman there.
This gentleman, I recognize him as Adrian Norman Mackenzie, and I see he's receiving a packet.
We can go forward. The next pictures also
Sorry
have.
to try and help again. If
Yes,
you
ma'am.
go to page 36, there seems to be a clearer picture. 236. Is Mr. Mackenzie in that picture?
Behind Keisha Listols is Adrian Norman Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, ma'am. To go then to 165.
Sorry. 165.
Mr. Magagula, we're at 165, page 165. We will move on to page 167. I see there the person you identified as Mr. Mackenzie. Am I correct?
Yes.
And the person with his back to the camera wearing what looks like a black jacket. I see what appears to be EMPD on his back, his or her back. And please hold that thought if I move to page 169. There are two pictures there, and it would appear to be the same person, this time leaning over, and I think the letters EMPD are clearly visible. Do you see those?
Yeah, I saw those three individuals.
Do you know the person wearing this outfit marked EMPD?
Yes, this is Bafana Twala. This is the person who recorded, exhibited Benoni police station.
Ms. Sillo, aren't you able to find a picture that shows the person's face?
You could,
You may request
Should
2
we,
minutes.
yes, let's adjourn, let's adjourn.
Thank you, commissioners. Have recovered. The chair had inquired whether or not there is a better picture of the person in this clothing marked EMPD. When I looked through the pictures, and we can scroll through, consistently he seems to have his back.
if I may, maybe look at 239,
239.
yeah, and see if it's the same person.
Mr. Magagula, you at 239?
Yes.
At 239 at the top, there are 3 people, one with their back to us, but there are 2 gentlemen who now appear to be wearing blue. Are you able to identify any one of them?
Yes, I can see Bafana.
Which one is Bafana of the two?
Bafana Twala is the one who is facing towards us.
Is
They
he
are- Yeah, the one with a little bit there, he has made his mouth like there is a moustache there.
So I see one seems to be looking at something in his hand, and the second one seems to be interacting directly with this third person and reaching out or handing them over something. Of the two, which is Bafana? The one looking at whatever it is in...
The one stretching his hand with a gun holster in his leg.
That's Bafana.
Yeah, that is Bafana.
And Bafana's full name is?
It's Bafana Twala.
Bafana Twala. If then I can go further at 240 still. There is somebody either placing into a box or taking out of a box something. Who is that, and can you tell what they're doing?
This looks like Mackenzie, and then the items that he's putting inside the box, I see them as cigarettes.
And lastly then, if we go to page, we'll scroll quickly back to page 180. In fact, from page 179, there is a bag you described. And I understood you to say that they put the cigarettes in a particular bag, and you...
Yeah, this is the bag that I called it in English China bag. In our African language, Machangan bag.
Okay, if we go to page 180, I think we have a better picture. Is that the bag?
Yes, that is the bag.
Now, if we go further on, there are statements, I'm aware, in the docket that we don't necessarily have to do. Some of those statements, and the complainant statement says they arrived, the EMPD members arrived and left in vehicles, and I think they describe them as golf vehicles. VW Golf?
Yes, they were driving onto vehicles.
And if we go to page 189 to your recollection and following, are these the vehicles that you say you understand them to have been driving?
Yeah.
And I think perhaps, lastly, it would be to page 193. And at 193, at the top picture, I see two people leaning against a white vehicle with a third next to an open back passenger door. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Are you able to recognize the people in the picture?
Yeah, the people on the picture, because I arrested them, I'll say those three members that were stitching the shop.
Please say that again.
I'll say the three members that I see here is consistent with the other evidence that they are the one who were responsible of searching and packing cigarettes into the boxes.
And this would be, there are three of them now.
Bafana Twala, Adrian Norman Mackenzie, and Keisha Lee Stalls.
Okay. Well, the following pictures, I think, are about more of the same with the vehicles at different points. At page 211,
Are these still shots taken from the CCTV footage?
Yes.
and at page 211, we see what appears to be the vehicles driving. Am I correct?
Yes.
And perhaps to Commissioner Kumalo's question. Commissioner Kumalo, at page 226 is the report of with the SAPS attached to the scientific analysis section of the Forensic Science Laboratory as a forensic analyst. And if you go to page 227, it lists at items 3.1 and 3.2 what was received by the laboratory. That's one SanDisk memory stick with a serial number and one DVD with a serial number. And then further down under paragraph 6, he or she then lists the photographs extracted from those clips there. Thank you. Ms. Magagula, then we go back to your page 13. And you had indicated that the matter has been provisionally withdrawn. Can you take your statement from paragraph 52?
Just before going to paragraph 52, there are the powers of subpoena. So I don't understand that a case that appears to be quite serious would be withdrawn because witnesses are not showing interest. Why can't the witnesses be subpoenaed?
I'll answer this question like this. This matter was not before court only for that day which it was withdrawn. It was previously at court for trial before the provisional withdrawn. Because these witnesses, when I was given instruction to subpoena, I went to the witness to subpoena. He told me that he's not interested. At some stage, this case was prosecuted. The prosecutor that I was given, it was not the prosecutor from the regional court in Benoni. This matter was appearing in Benoni. This case was allocated an advocate from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution in the North Gauteng. So each and every time this case was appearing in Benoni, he was the one who was coming to come and prosecute it. So at some stage, because I failed to subpoena, because he doesn't want to sign my subpoena, and then I informed the court, and then they said that they are giving me an opportunity to re-subpoena him, to give him an ample time. On that day when we came out, I pleaded with my advocate because they told us that he went to Boxburg to stock something. We went together with the advocate to look for him, and while phoning the victim, we looked for him, we did not find him there. We left. He said, Magagula, I'm giving you another opportunity for the 18. If he is not interested, you'll post a statement regarding your predicament. And then I was given time. There is an attachment of my subpoena, I went there. The complainant was very, very disrespectful. I found him. I spoke to him about the subpoena that is needed at court. He said that, Magagula, you promised me that you're going to give me the remaining cigarettes that is in the SAPS. You didn't give me. Now, I'm no longer interested in the matter. So the complainant was interested in what was remaining in the SAPS. So, based on that, he was no longer interested. I wrote the statement as per instruction of the advocate that if he is not interested, you must depose the statement. The complainant till today, I'm sure, even though it has been a long time, I have not gone to the shop. I believe he's still there.
So the long and short of what we are saying is that you did not serve the subpoena.
Yes, I did not serve him because he didn't want to. So in terms of forcing him through the court processes, that will be the duty of the advocate to instruct me that let us serve him with warrant or whatsoever.
See, if there is criminality, as it is suggested there is, it appears to be serious criminality.
Yes.
It involves police officers. I do not think that the matter should end just like that, just because a witness is refusing to accept a subpoena. I do not believe that IPID officers like you should leave matters at that just because a witness is refusing to accept a subpoena. Yes, complainants are crucial to criminal prosecution, but it's a criminal case which is at the hands of the state, which is why it will be state versus whoever, with criminal matters. So it's a public interest issue. It's not just about the complainant. And that is more so if it's a serious matter. It cannot just end just because a witness, because that's what a complainant is. Bottom line is they are a witness. So it cannot end just because a witness is not willing to accept a subpoena. Your comment?
I agree with you, Commissioner.
And again, I emphasize the fact that this involves police officers charged with criminality. It cannot end like that. Otherwise, our criminal justice system is imperiled. You wish to comment?
I agree with you. The only thing is to await the directives, because my powers end when I'm given a task to subpoena and I go and subpoena and bring the results. So if the NPA gives me directive, what is the way forward? I will embark on what they have told me, but currently I cannot say I will go and arrest the person because it's not complying with what the court wanted to be. So if the directive...
You would not arrest at that stage. You would have had to serve the subpoena and report to court on the next date of appearance that I have served a subpoena, and it would then be the court that directs what should happen. And of course, failure to comply with a subpoena may result in another criminal process. Comment?
My comment is that the commissioner says that my duty was to serve. I did that. I cannot.
You said you did not. Remember, you said you did not. I asked you, did you serve the subpoena? You said you did not.
When I said not, it's because the complainant did not sign it. When I say I did not serve, it is that the complainant did not sign, he refused. Yeah, so it was my meaning that I did not serve. If he signed, I have served it. If he refused, even though I was with him, I did not serve. There is no signature of him because he is refusing to sign the subpoena, is what I was saying.
Mr. Magagula, perhaps can you turn to page 242 of still Annex Chapter LM?
2 what?
242.
Thank you.
I find at page 242 an affidavit you deposed to. It would appear that you did so on the 18th of February 2025. And on a reading of that document, it would seem to suggest that it's talking to the issues that the chair is engaging you on. Perhaps if you look at that document and you remind yourself of the steps you have taken and what transpired on the dates that you referenced, particularly at paragraph 3 of that document. Might that help you? At paragraph 3, you say, on previous trial date to subpoena the victim, I found him in another shop, and I explained the purpose of my visit. The victim was disrespectful to me and said he's not interested. The present visit, which was on 2025-0204, the victim was cooperative and he informed me in a human manner that he's not interested anymore in the case. Do you see that?
Yes.
So do you confirm, that's your affidavit? Yes. I think it says, I, Tulani Magagula, state under oath.
Yes.
So does this reflect the steps you have taken thus far, at least until, as at February 4th, 2025, to secure the complainant's attendance?
Yes. I confirm, and it shows that the attempt was not only made once, it was made several times.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can I? It's a follow-up on the discussion with the chairperson, but from a slightly different perspective. As I've understood it, the Section 29 of the IPID Act, and I think it was sub 1G, if I'm not mistaken, which speaks to corruption. Firstly, there's the obligation, I think in Section 29, in 29 rather actually, I'm getting my sections wrong. Section 29 creates an obligation and it makes it an offense not to report something, right? Yeah. It's 28 that sets out the different misconduct or offenses that IPID has jurisdiction over. And I think 1G, 28.1G is the corruption cases, offenses. Now, it seems to me that the facts of this case is police corruption. I see you nod, you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. Which is different from a complainant who is complaining that they took his cigarettes. So we've got two different things. A complainant says they came and stole my cigarettes. EMPD and IPID say that act of stealing, we deal with it, it constitutes an act of corruption. You've got the photographs, you've got the statement of now a reluctant witness who tells you what happened. And then you've got evidence that we've gone through now, which places the three officers on the scene. You see them packing things into boxes, and I think you tell us in the statement, in your statement at paragraph 52, that 52.1, the EMPD members made an entry in the exhibit register citing that the exhibit was found as abandoned. However, the investigation revealed that the exhibits were seized from the store and the owner is known to them. So you, IPID, know they are lying when they say that, when they say it was abandoned material or abandoned goods, because there's investigation has revealed that. And then in 52.3, you say the photo album shows that they seized more than 2 boxes of cigarettes while they only booked 2. So there you do have evidence of criminal conduct, of corruption, if you like, because of the entries that they have made. I don't understand how the prosecution of these people on the charge of corruption cannot proceed, even with a reluctant witness, because the complainant, as I understand it, on such a corruption case would be the EMPD or would be IPID, and why that objective evidence is not sufficient, at least to create a case that the three accused should be called upon to answer in a criminal matter. Why is that so? I understand the bits about a witness not being there and the prosecutor saying without the witness we are in trouble. But these, for me, appear to be instances where a case of corruption can be prosecuted if IPID pushes it, that they should be prosecuted for corruption, and your witnesses are EMPD and his records, or Mr. Magagula and his records. Why is that not done or not doable?
Such decision lies with the prosecuting authority because they have all these facts. IPID are not the one that decide that this matter must continue, even if we will wish to do so. But the prosecuting authority is the one to formulate the charges. This is one of many dockets where criminal charges are being withdrawn, even if we are not happy. So that decision of prosecuting without the witness lies with them. There was another case, a simple case because it was shown in media also. It was corruption. The police were seen loading copper. We arrested those police officers, and then it was 2 of them. We investigated, finalized, and then it reached that stage of trial, and then came the time for subpoena. We tried to locate the address of the witness. Now the witness was running away from us. At some stage he was picking his phone until he did not pick his phone. And we had the DPP did not immediately, like in this case also, did not immediately withdraw the case. They said, make effort. At the end of the day, we didn't find the complainant, and then it was withdrawn. So without the victim, the powers lies with the prosecuting authority. So we as IPID, we cannot say.
Does the IPID engage, and not on a case-by-case basis, but as a going activity, engage with the NDPP, if not NDPP, whatever appropriate structure that deals with prosecutions, to deal with these kind of cases? Because to me, a civilian, it doesn't make sense that just because the complainant to a case of theft has disappeared, police cannot be, EMPD members are not charged for corruption when there is objective evidence of that constitutes a criminal offense, right? Is there a process where you engage? And I want to give you context of it, that we've had evidence, for example, about KZN, political killings, that there were complaints about matters being withdrawn, and the police were complaining that the prosecution withdraws cases on the basis that there isn't enough evidence to proceed with prosecution. And the police believe we have given you sufficient, and as a result, a forum was set up where now they engage with each other, and they go to a point where now there's a proper understanding of what is possible, what is doable, why certain things are not happening. It seems to me that it should be the kind of things that are addressed, not on a case-by-case basis, but as, if you like, operating procedures or memoranda that, there are cases that are complainant dependent, but there are cases that are not complainant from the same facts. Some charges are not complainant dependent, and surely they should be prosecuted. And there could not be an excuse why Stolz has ended up resigning without being charged for something like this, for corruption, in fact. Is there a forum where the prosecution and the IPID engage with each other about matters and problems and how to improve prosecution rates and?
Yes, there is such meetings where IPID engage with NPA.
What is that engagement? I mean, maybe you're not the one to speak to it. If you say to us, Mr. Kefelakai is better placed, or even the executive director of IPID, if you say to us, that's the person that is better placed to speak to this, I'm happy to leave it.
Yeah, in our province, I would say Mr. Ndlovu is better placed to speak to this because he is the one who is attending such meeting with NPA.
And what is Mr. Ndlovu's position?
Deputy Director.
For Gauteng?
Yeah, his full name is Sandile Ndlovu.
All right.
He attend a meeting, I'm sure it's monthly, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. So he would be able to say what those engagements are about, and whether, and from him we'll know whether these kind of matters that we are raising get addressed,
yes,
or that I'm raising. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Law, our list is growing. Remember, I think we started with Mr. Kefelakai, and then
Yes.
Ms. Masuku, and now...
No, Ms. Masuku was the witness yesterday.
Yes, and today I don't think this is the first subject. Can you please...
Yes, we are keeping a running
keep
list,
a running
Chair.
list of all these, and yeah.
Matters to be referred to their seniors
Yes,
for
yes.
engagement with the
For
Commission.
full, yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you.
We shall, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Staying then with this matter, I just want to deal with two things before we finish here. Please go to page 220 of Annexure TLM2, the same file. 220, it's top right corner in red. That is a document bearing Benoni case number 215/07/2022, and it's just headed memorandum. What is this document? Who's the author of this document? Well, it provides a summary of the case. I just wanted perhaps to know
it is the
who
summary,
compiled it.
Yeah, of the case, and it was compiled by...
Because just to assist, at page 222 at the end, the last entry is comments. SPP for your recommendation, please. Are you able to help us identify what the document is and who authored it?
Warrant Officer Ben.
Warrant Officer Ben.
Yes.
Was that the investigating officer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and thank you for that. I see from this document, in particular, I'd like to refer you to page 221, item 9. And at item 9 is a summary of what would appear to be Constable Mackenzie's statement, as was obtained in this matter. I'm going to read a few lines to you, and I'm going to pose a question, and I don't know if you have the answer, because I don't know these matters. Constable Mackenzie, in brackets A9, will state that he was on duty when he, Constable Stolz, and Constable Twala visited the supermarket. Inside, they found one Indian and one African male. They requested documentation authorizing the trade of cigarettes, but was told that the manager was not there and available to come to the shop either. Now, this is from a police officer. Can you tell us more about the documentation authorizing the trade of cigarettes? I personally am not aware of it. What documentation could they potentially have been looking for? Do you know?
They will be looking for the invoice of cigarette inside the where did they buy the cigarette?
Why does that become a police matter and how? If you know.
This one I do not know, but what I can say, the cigarettes that was inside the shop, it was lawfully inside the shop because the owner bought that cigarette.
Are you, in your experience, would this conduct where EMPD officials take the initiative to go into a random shop and ask for proof of ownership of the cigarettes or any other stock in the shop? Is that lawful in your view?
It is not lawful. Those things is in municipality. I don't know that unit. There are those people dedicated to go and check the shops if they are compliant. For instance, it is a shop where they sell food. There are certificates that are being given by the municipality, and there will be a tax certificate from SARS. So it is not the duties of the EMPD to do such things.
Thank you. And on that statement, I see you advise that it was authored by Warrant Officer Ben. At page 222, at item 18.
Just to close off the point you just made. In essence, this was a search and seizure. And the default position with regards to searches and seizures is to have a warrant, a search and seizure warrant. And the exception is if you reasonably believe that by first going to obtain a search and seizure warrant, the purpose of the search and seizure warrant may well be defeated. Yeah. So you search and seize immediately. But now you have cigarettes, they are the stock in the shop, and what reasonable belief could there have been that these cigarettes would suddenly disappear and that you cannot first obtain a search and seizure warrant before you search for and you then seize them. I guess the point I'm making ties in with what Ms. Sillo has just made, and indeed with a point that Commissioner Baloyi made much earlier. Commissioner Baloyi's point being, oh gosh, I forget what it was now. But point is, it was, why did the NPA not prosecute? There was objective material for it to prosecute. For example, why I say what I've just said ties in with that point by Commissioner Baloyi is, here you have police officers, they just pop in, they search and seize, no warrant of arrest, or no search and seizure warrant, in circumstances where there was no reason for them not to first go and get a search and seizure warrant. So there are, as Commissioner Baloyi said, objective facts that appear to be sufficient to ground a prosecution. Again, I guess it's not criticizing you, it's more the issue of the NPA.
Thank you, Chair. I'd referred us to page 222, and because you had informed us that the author of the document is Warrant Officer Ben. At item 18, there's just an entry, I/O, that investigating officer statement by DWO Ben, A18. So that is the Ben you say is the author of this
Yes.
document. Thank you. And I guess on this file, lastly, if you turn to page 249. This is a handwritten document. At the bottom, I think it's dated 2023/05, but it doesn't give me an actual date. It appears on its face to be by Brigadier Julius Dr. Mkwanazi, who sets out his ID number, employed by the city of Ekurhuleni as the Metropolitan Police Director at EMPD. Can you explain what this document is? It doesn't have a covering page.
This document is called the Commander Statement. Commander Statement, duty on, duty off statement to confirm that these members that are subject of investigation are working in his unit and they were on duty on the day of the incident.
Now, I'll come back to this question. Just to place on record what then Brigadier Mkwanazi tells us. He says, and I quote, "One would like to confirm that Officer Bafana Twala, Officer Adrian Mackenzie were on duty with Officer Kisha Stalls doing crime prevention in Ekurhuleni on the 6th of July 2022, working at Benoni area." That's the second paragraph I'm reading. And the final paragraph states, "I was informed as the supervisor about crime prevention duties of the day." And then it's signed and has got a number, I guess it's his service number. So you say this is a commander statement.
Yes.
He confirms that they were on duty.
Yes, he confirms.
But it doesn't tell you whether or not they were engaged in a lawful operation that is registered within the EMPD.
Yes, it doesn't tell
How
you.
do you establish that that was the fact, that they were actually undertaking a lawful operation as instructed by their commander or in terms of EMPD legislation, related legislation?
In this statement, he never told us anything about the operation, if it is lawful or it was unlawful. But the purpose of the duty on, duty off statement is to also touch on that.
Now, I think this is the second statement we see from Brigadier Mkwanazi. And I think his commander statements are famous for brevity. We dealt with a document called SAP 299. You recall, it was an official form.
Yes.
That then has to be completed. We have in the files an SAP 13 that you have referred to. And once again, that is an official document that poses certain questions that must be responded to. Is there a document that prescribes how a duty on, duty off report by a commander should be and what information he shall provide? Or is it up to every commander to decide what information to provide?
There is no such document to state what the commander must state in his statement.
Now, you as an investigating officer for IPID, when you receive a document such as this, which simply tells you that they were on duty on the specific date, and then the commander says, "I was informed as the supervisor about crime prevention duties of the day," and that's it. What value is this document to you, to your investigations?
This document, the value of it will show me that, okay, these members is to confirm that indeed they are EMPD members, and then they were on duty or off duty on duty and off duty, it will show me if they acted on their own initiative whilst not on duty. So in this scenario, Julius Mkwanazi is telling me that these people were on duty, so he is tying himself that they were on duty. So the predicament with EMPD is that they have no official register to check that indeed this person on this day was on official duty. In SAPS, we found those registers as SAP 15 is an official register. You can't throw it away. When you feel it, it will be filed that this member on this day was on duty. Even if you come after 3 years, that no man, you committed a crime somewhere in Nelspruit, we want to check that you were on duty on that day. So this one of EMPD, you will get that statement on that specific day when you approach them. I want to see if this member was on duty and through the car, did he book the car, the official car on that day? So you'll get you'll go those answers from those registers like her. But they do not have, their things are not, there is no logic. Like stalls. Stalls can simply wake up 12 o'clock midnight and go and do your duties. Tomorrow, when something has happened, we come to Julius to say, can you tell us, do you know this member? Is it your member? You'll say, it's my member. Was she on duty? 12 o'clock midnight, Julius will write 3 sentences and say, she's my member. She was on duty, I'm aware she was working in the area of Captain Park. So the EMP, how they work, most especially in specialized unit, you can, it seems as if you just do the job willy-nilly. You can wake up 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I don't know how they work. There is no order. Basically, what I'm meaning, there is no order.
If I can follow up on that, what power do you have to compel somebody like Brigadier Mkwanazi as commander to provide more detail than I was informed as the supervisor about crime prevention duties of the day? I was informed by who? Do you have any powers?
To provide more detail, yes.
To compel him to provide more details?
Yes.
Or are you forced to accept the report as he chooses to write it with this bare minimum?
No, we do have more power. We do have power to ask him to answer whatever we want, unless if he himself is a suspect, because we must respect his constitutional right. But in terms of him not being a suspect, he must answer to what we are looking for.
Then, if we go back to the questions posed to you by Commissioner Baloyi and the chair, this is a clear case of corruption. You, as the investigator, are provided with this word salad that Brigadier Mkwanazi puts forward as a commander statement. What steps did you take to ensure that he provides you with appropriate details to be able to either support the criminal charges to be leveled against these members or the ongoing criminal case? A reading of that document just tells you it is absolutely useless. You say you have the power to compel him to provide more. Did you in this case? If not, why not?
I did not compel him to give more details. At that time when I took it, what I'm looking for, maybe I overlooked more details, but at that time, my question to him, it was to state that these members are EMPD members, and then they were on duty on the day of the incident. Now you have clarified me with more details that you were supposed to look at this. At that stage, I was not clued up to look for more regarding his own statement. So I accepted this.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Baloyi.
Isn't this some of the areas of improvement that you should be, especially because you've got the experience with the SAPS?
Yes.
You know how the SAPS does things. You've told us there's a record. You can go back 5 years and you will find the full record
Yes.
of a member's deployment or
Yeah.
operation. Assuming they didn't lose their pocketbook, but SAPS has got its own records.
Yeah.
Surely from experience, you should be to make your job easy, but for accountability too, for individual officers' accountability, these are areas where you should be proposing improvements because it affects how you do your work. It affects the kind of information, the quality of information that you get, and so you should be, without even prompting by the commission. I'm surprised that up to now, IPID has not said to MPS that you need to introduce these kind of records, because for purposes of our investigations and whatever recommendations we make, it is necessary for us to get that kind of information, and it must be in a formal form. Maybe it's because you guys are overloaded with work. We're asking you because I have the benefit of sitting outside, but perhaps there should be reflections on what should you be requiring in order to improve the quality of your work. Do you accept that would be of assistance?
Yes, I agree with you, Commissioner. That are areas of improvement, more especially with these units, because members working at the units, they do as they wish because maybe their commanders have given them that leverage. But those that work certain hours that you work, your office, you report on duty 2 days, 2 days night shift. Those one we can follow up the record, because we know that Monday, Tuesday, this member is working day shift. The Wednesday, Thursday is working night shift, and then it's off. So this specialized unit will never know. Somebody decide to work 1 o'clock and raid a Pakistani shop. There is no logic there, and then the commander will always support that. I'm aware of that member. So it is what must be when we engage with EMPD, and then they must improve on those areas.
I think because it has to be the scariest and most concerning thing to know that I could meet up with an EMPD officer, and I have a bad experience with them with serious consequences, and there's no record. There can never be a record cannot be found of that person having been on duty. I would say it's something that IPID should be concerned about.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Sillo, we derailed you a long time ago. You were taking the witness to paragraph 52.
Yes, I was, and it was, which is where I wanted him to, what I wanted him to deal with. However, the issues I've since addressed
All right.
are issues I would have addressed after 52.
All right.
So I've taken care of that part of things
Thank
to
you.
follow up on the questions that the commissioners had posed. So now we're back at paragraph 52, page 13. Then if you could just finalize on this particular case what you say starting at paragraph 52.
this provisional withdrawal happened in spite of the state able to prove the following facts. The EMPD members made an entry in the exhibit register citing that the exhibit was found as abandoned. However, the investigation revealed that the exhibit was seized from the store and the owner is known to them. According to EMPD members, the suspect escaped from their custody and yet they failed to open a case of escaping from lawful custody. The photo album shows that they seized more than 2 boxes of cigarettes while they only booked 2. These are matters that can still be pursued against these members departmentally. Current status of the case: the matter remains provisionally withdrawn. The complainant was not willing to be a witness against the police officer. 2 other witnesses, both of whom are foreigners, Malawian and Bangladesh citizens, have already left the country. These are the victims of victim of kidnapping and another person who witnessed the action of the police on the day respectively, after providing us with statement.
And you have a last point in paragraph 55?
It can only be re-enrolled if the complainant is willing to testify. I continue to make efforts to persuade him.
Thank you. Commissioners, unless there are further questions on this particular case, that would then conclude the Benoni case.
I think, Mr. Law, earlier on with the witness, you asked him a question about whether the EMPD, in fact, I think you said EMPD have said they don't have information about this case. Am I?
No, I had inquired whether or not IPID had filed a report, like a negative report to EMPD to enable them to initiate disciplinary processes.
Yes. Okay, maybe let me ask my question. Anyway, I think you said in response to that line of discussion about whether a report was filed and EMPD knowing about this case, that you have provided them with documents. Are you able, as you sit there, to say what kind of documents and you provided them? And I ask because you say here that departmental action, notwithstanding the problem with the criminal prosecution, the department, and when you say department, I take it you mean EMPD, can act on this matter. Is that, when you say department, who are you referring to here?
Yeah, departmentally it can be pursued successfully because we have, without even using the witnesses.
Yes.
Based on the facts of the registers.
Yes.
And the escape of, it is them who is telling us in their statement that this suspect of them, of cigarettes, escaped from them.
Yes.
So if a suspect escapes, you have a duty to open a case of escaping from lawful custody. So their employer can ask why you didn't open a case of escaping. Yes. The victim in his statement has stated that at some stage when they were traveling to Benoni, he was told to give them something and then so that they can leave him, and he gave them an amount of 200 and they said, you must go. Yes. But when they wrote their statement, they changed the scenario as if he escaped.
Yes. I guess what I'm asking is what you have in 52.1, 52.2, 52.3, which is what I referred to earlier, that all of that seems prosecutable criminally and is not reliant on the complainant. What you've listed there, 52, 1, 2, 3, is that material that you have given to the EMPD or that you have a way of knowing that they are in possession of, including the photographs that we looked at?
Yes, this they have.
They have what we have here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. No, thank you. I'm answered.
And just perhaps to follow up on that, earlier I'd understood you to say that you had given the entire docket to Ms. Binel, you said?
Binel
within
Mutse-
the Integrity and Standards Unit.
Yeah.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So for the Commission to establish the extent to which EMPD was aware of what transpired in this matter, Ms. Binel, or at least Mr. Erasmus, should be able to advise the commissioners accordingly.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You're saying we should turn to Mr. Erasmus and we'll get our answer.
Yes, and through annexes which I have, I'm sure we are still going to go through
Yes.
this to prove that I have given them the copies.
Okay.
I had made a note, Ms. Sillo, that she gave the docket to EMPD, she gave it to Ms. Mutsepe in 2023.
Yes, that is in TLM 11 and 12, I think. Yes.
Let us adjourn
you.
and resume at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, we need a few seconds. We are ready to start. Please switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Magagula, if you could switch on your microphones. And if you could open your witness statement again. We now are at page 14, and we are dealing with the third case. That third case at page 14, starting from paragraph 56, you say it's the Hillbrow CAS 797/03/2023.
Yes.
I think you set out the facts regarding this case. So if you could just briefly summarize what they are and what happened, starting from paragraph 56.
This is a case of corruption and impersonating of a police officer and involves the theft of precious stone from a citizen. I attached the docket of the case marked TLM3.
Apologies, Mr. Magagula. The docket that you say it's marked TLM3, we might as well have it open. Please open your second file. It's marked 2 of 3. That file we're working with before lunch. And your annexure TLM3 starts at page 249. At 250, my apologies. This file.
Is TLM?
TLM3. Top right corner and marked in red 250, the page number. Have you located it?
Yes.
Please keep it open. We will be referring to some parts of that docket. You may then proceed from your paragraph 57.
This is a case of corruption and impersonating of a police officer and involves the theft of precious stone from a citizen. I attached the docket of this case marked TLM3. The complainant alleges that on 11 February 2023, at approximately 8 o'clock, 2 male and 1 female individuals arrived at his residential premises and identified themselves as officers of the EMPD. Of these 3 individuals, 2 were attired in official uniform, while the 3rd was in civilian clothing. At that time, the complainant was in the company of his partner, who was able to photograph the officers without their knowledge. The female officer, who has been identified as Constable Stalls of EMPD, informed the complainant that he was under investigation for the alleged smuggling of lithium and expressed their intention to conduct a search of the premise. The complainant requested to be shown a valid search warrant. The officers, the second has been identified as Constable A. Mackenzie, who also is an EMPD member. However, advised that they were entitled to conduct the search without a warrant and that force could be employed if
necessary.
Or if necessary. During the search, the officers discovered low-grade sugilite and manganese. 6 boxes of sugilite were seized with an estimated value of 14,926,412 rands. The members reported at West Bank that they were tracing a suspect of business robbery, whilst in their own statement they say that they investigating a suspect dealing in lithium. From the evidence obtained of this operation, in brackets, the photographs and CCTV footage, the only people identified are the EMPD officers. No one is identified as being from the Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department, JMPD. Neither Brigadier Kwanazu, who is their supervisor, nor the police officers involved have submitted evidence of a joint operation as these officers claim it was. The onus lies on them to produce evidence of a joint operation if there is any. The members stated that they seized the articles and handed them to JMPD officers. Once again, there is no proof that they booked any articles from the operation on the SAP-13 register. Indeed, they could not, as there is no case, as they claim by them registered by SAPS of such an investigation. It is proven that they abuse their powers by operating outside their jurisdiction, i.e. Ekurhuleni, and misled the Rosebank SAPS about the basis of conducting operation within Johannesburg. This amounts to misconduct by these EMPD members based on the fact that they were operating outside their jurisdiction without proof of the necessary authority.
Thank you. You have provided in the docket the photographs that you referred to at paragraph 61. You state there that from the evidence obtained of this operation, the photographs and CCTV footage, the only people identified are EMPD officers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Commissioners, for the record, we are going to put up the pictures. If the commissioners could make a note, you will recall when Chief Mapieye was testifying, he testified to a letter of demand received in respect of semi-precious stones by EMPD. I think that it's demanding a recovery of about 16 million, if memory serves me well. Attached to that letter of demand is a series of photographs, which unfortunately were in black and white. What we are about to put up, which comes from the docket, are the same photographs, except this time in color. So we would have to attend to your files. We had undertaken to provide better photos and substitute what you currently have at Annexure JM24 of MAPIA with the color photographs. If you could just make that note. So you have in your docket, Mr. Magagula, from page 344, a series of photographs. Annexure TLM3 at page 344.
Yes.
You have a series of photographs. And there are, I think on my count, 3 photographs from 344. So it will be 344, 345, and 346. That is the first photograph. I would like us to move to the second and the last photograph. On these photographs, you say the only people identified are the EMPD officers. You say that at paragraph 61. Do you confirm?
Yes.
From these photographs that are in the docket, are you able to say where those photographs were taken? Is it at the complainant's residence where the crime took place?
Yeah, it
Or
was
the seizure of the semi-precious stones took place? Is that the complainant's residence?
Yeah, this is the complainant resident.
There are 3 photos. Are you able to identify any of the people appearing in these 3 photographs?
Yes.
Please do. Let's go back to the first one at 344.
The one with a red T-shirt is the victim.
Yes.
The one with a brown shirt with a gun in his waist is facing the other direction, is Etienne van der Walt.
Yes. And for the record, Etienne van der Walt is not an EMPD member.
Etienne van der Walt is not an EMPD member, is not a police officer.
Okay.
It is when we say there was someone who was impersonating a police officer, it is Etienne van der Walt.
Okay.
And Etienne van der Walt, we also found him in Patfontaine case. We also found Etienne van der Walt in the Brakpan murder case.
Yes. Then the other 2 people?
The lady seated down is Keisha Lee Stolz.
Yes.
The man standing there is Adrian Norman Mackenzie.
Then we'll just quickly go to 345 and see if there's still the same people you identified, except for the victim.
Yes.
And the last photograph at 346, it would appear like the victim is at the bottom left corner of the photograph, and the 3 other people, Van der Walt, Stolz, and Mackenzie, still around the table. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You then say you obtained evidence of CCTV footage. You say so at paragraph 61?
Yes.
Can you inform the commissioners what you did with that footage?
I obtained the CCTV footage and I sent the footage to a forensic science laboratory in Pretoria to compile a photo album.
Before you proceed, commissioners, I note the report that referral and other documents are missing from our files, from the docket. If I may update your files, with the missing four pages that were supposed to be in the docket. Mr. Magagula's file will be equally updated, and then we can deal with these matters. As these are distributed, Mr. Magagula, do you have the extra pages you provided during lunch, numbered from 248.1? We propose they won't exactly be in order, commissioners, but so not to disrupt the numbering. We have decided that perhaps they best belong after 248, which is okay. I'm trying to find the logic of why 248. 248 is the copy of occurrence book. And before we get into, so they would start TLM 3. So if we could just put them there, but as he continues, we will realize that they are not in their right place. For the moment, we will do so that they stay together, because they are updating the docket as we currently have it.
Yeah, because if they are 248.1, then they should be just before 249.
And it is because 249 was misfiled, if the chair remembers. That is the statement, commander statement from Mr. Mkwanazi.
The short Julius
yes,
Mkwanazi.
for the previous case.
Okay. Yes. All right, thank you. This is exactly the reason I always say I will rely on you to stick with it.
Just for the record, for the readers of the transcript to know what happened and how other documents made their way into the files.
Just in case I missed it, were the precious stones ever found? Because I saw in your statement that the officers say they handed them over to JMPD. Were they ever found, the precious stones?
The part of it, small part of it, as we progress, we found them, and it will unfold when the SC is asking me some question, the bigger portion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have you found your, Mr. Magagula does have the new pages 248.1, the loose pages that you provided during lunch, yes. You had indicated that you then, still at 61, you sent the CCTV footage to the forensic laboratory.
Yes.
Please have regard to page 248.1, the loose pages you just received, to 248.2, and tell the commissioners what that document is.
This document is covering minutes about the summary of the incident, which I summarize and take the video footage to forensic to compile a forensic album.
And I see at
Sorry, isn't there discrepancy here? I thought the number was 14 million rands.
the witness has it as 14.9 million, yes.
No, it says on page 248.1, 14,000 rands.
On this, the document referring the
one you just gave us now, 248.1 at paragraph 1.
Yes, the commissioner is correct. It estimates the value at 14,000 rands in this document. Mr. Magagula, you understand? Look at this document. You see the second paragraph. The first is just a one-liner. See the paragraph that starts with the words, "It is alleged by the complainant."
Yes.
On the third line, and this document seems to have been generated by you, if you look at page 248.2,
Yes.
you state that the complainant says they seized his legal precious stones worth at the estimated value of 14,000 rand. You see that?
14,000 rands.
You see
Yeah,
what you
I
have
see
here.
it,
Now, if you go to your statement at paragraph 59, you provide an estimated value of 14,926,412 rands. Do you see that?
Yes.
The Commissioner Kumalo would like to understand, can you explain the discrepancy between the two figures?
Yes, I see this discrepancy. This it's a summary to the forensic for them to be able to know what was happening here. It is not the exact amount, it was estimation.
But do you acknowledge that there must be an error between the two figures, the one in the letter and the one in your statement? Which is the wrong figure?
14 million, Mr. Magagula, and 14 million rand and 14,000 rand.
Yes, it was an error. It was an error.
Which one is the error?
The error is in the letter.
In the letter.
In the letter.
And perhaps it might assist if we go to page 311 of the same file. 311. That is the statement of the complainant. And if one has regard to paragraph 4 of that statement by the complainant, it states, I quote, "I previously stated that the value of the semi-precious sugarlite stones stolen from me are in the amount of approximately 14 million rand. I enclose herewith an invoice indicating the value of same marked PP1. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we accept from the complainant's version that the value is 14.9 million. Is that so?
Yes.
And that is, it's from the complainant's version that you obtained the value of the stones. You didn't undertake an exercise to evaluate them, did you?
He provided with invoice
So it's from the version of the,
of the victim.
that's the only basis that you say it's 14 million. So you
Yes.
accept it. Thank you. So then if we go back to our page 248.1, the loose pages, you say there that you were forwarding to the laboratory at paragraph 3, kindly receive the following for analysis: 2x2 memory stick containing video footage of the incident, and then you provide the serial number. Then it states the video footage shows the incident that we are discussing. Correct?
Yes.
Where did you obtain this video footage from?
The video footage, if I may go to.
This is not IPID footage, is it? At least let's start there.
Yeah, the footage, I obtained it from CAP Security.
And who is CAP Security?
It's a security company based in Johannesburg, managing the area where the complainant resides. It is their video footage, not the complainant video footage.
Yes. And you request, I see, that the laboratory provide you with a photo album of the video footage saved on the memory stick. And the video footage will be filed in the case docket so that the senior public prosecutor can make an informed decision regarding this incident. Overleaf, you then give details of this case. One, the photographs of the VW Golf and its occupants in and out of the house. Two, the police officer talking to somebody in a car on the street. Three, photos of the victim and precious stones. And the numbered points you say are very important to the case. So that was your instruction.
Yes.
Did the laboratory provide you with such photographs?
Yes, they did provide me with such photograph.
I am going to refer us to page 254 of that same annexure in the file. And at 255 and following are pictures showing part of the streets and the parking area. Can you confirm what place this is? What are we looking at on the screen?
This is the place of residence of the victim and the street thereof.
And if you go to your paragraph 65, you state that Constable Mackenzie, one of the implicated police, filed a further statement on 15 January 2026 confirming the presence of Brigadier Mkhwanazi at the scene. The statement is part of the docket. Right? Were you able to determine where in these pictures you say Brigadier Mkhwanazi was, whose presence was confirmed by Constable Mackenzie?
In this picture, I cannot see. There was an interesting car which, upon receiving the photo album, I was interested in. It is not this picture.
Okay, we'll scroll. This appears to be the gate to what looks like a complex. We'll scroll to the next and the next. Then a series of photographs depicting the street.
Yes, these two vehicles.
Yes.
Is very, very important that are shown. The one with the one that is pointed with red, it's a Metropolis vehicle.
By Metropolis, you mean EMPD?
EMPD.
Oh, yes. Please continue.
The first one there is the one which I'm interested in for certain reason.
Okay, let's go to the next picture. There are two pictures here.
Is Adrian Norman Mackenzie there?
And he seems to be standing next to the car you said was the second car.
Yes.
In the previous picture. We'll scroll forward.
Now, this is the first car that I was interested in when I received the photo album, because that is not the vehicle that Mackenzie is using. And Mackenzie in this photo album is seen standing next to the driver's door of that vehicle. So my suspicion on that, it was that this precious stone that we are talking about, Mackenzie would have been giving that man the stones.
And if we scroll further on, I think it's a close-up picture of what we have seen, Mackenzie next to that car you say you're interested in.
Yes, so now you can see there was an individual inside because he is talking, he's leaning towards that vehicle.
Yes. And if we continue,
So this photo,
make your point, please go ahead.
this photo album is the one that interested to confront Mackenzie again to tell me exactly who is that person was inside the vehicle. So upon interviewing him, giving him an opportunity, because my narrative, it was that even if I'm giving him an opportunity, even if he doesn't give me the statement, I'm going to file a negative report against him that the stone was taken by this person who you are seen standing next to this car. So he provided me a statement and informed me who was driving this car. So it was on the 15th when he told me that, no, this car doesn't belong to a criminal. It belongs to Julius Mkhwanazi, and the person who was inside the vehicle is Julius Mkhwanazi.
And then if we can go back to the loose pages that we handed in after lunch. You remember we looked at your request to the forensic laboratory we have marked 248.1. Then we have another document at 248.3. You see that? Do you see the document I'm referring to?
2.4?
248.3, at the top there, it's handwritten.
Yes.
What is that document? It's dated the 27th of August, 2025.
Okay. This was the results from forensic laboratory. This is covering minutes, giving me the results accompanying the photo album that they have compiled.
I note at item 2 of that page, it states a 212 statement and a photo album are attached as requested.
Yes.
You confirm. What we have on the screen, is that part of the photo album you received from the forensic laboratory?
Yes.
And if we stay on that and you go to the next page of the papers you were holding right now,
Yeah.
it should be paginated 248.4 at the top right corner.
Yes, I have it.
I see it is dated 15 July 2026.
It's January.
15 January 2026. I'm 5 months ahead. Do you confirm?
Yes, I confirmed.
As a brief one, are you able to read into the record?
Yes.
Firstly, let's identify what this document is, and then you can read it into the record.
This is the additional statement of Norman Adrian Mackenzie regarding the photo album shown to him by me.
Now, can you read? It's got 4 paragraphs. Are you able to read them into the record?
Yes. On the 13th January 2026, Assistant Director Tulan Magagula from IPID presented me with a photo album of the case in Hillbrow for me to give a small description of what was going on. I went to a white motor vehicle that was occupied by 2 black males that came to the scene to check on us on the day in question. The driver was Director Julius Mkhwanazi, who is in the Ekurhuleni Metro Department and was also with a black male dressed in traffic uniform with a lot of ranks on his shoulders.
Have you been able to identify who this quote unquote black male dressed in traffic uniform with a lot of ranks on his shoulders? Have you been able to identify him yet?
No.
Okay. Now,
I'm sorry, Mr. After this statement, did you go back to Julius Mkhwanazi and obtain his statement to confirm his presence?
Yes, I did called him, informing him that that now I need a warning statement from him because the table has changed. It is no longer the 3 sentence of duty on, duty off. Now it is part of the suspect, so I must get a warning statement and warn him in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution. At the time when I called him, he informed me it was towards the weekend that he need to consult his legal practitioner. He will come back to me. And indeed, at a later stage, he came back to me because I keep on calling him that it is important. I need this statement. It's crucial. At any given time, he can call me if he's available. I can drive wherever he is to go and obtain that statement. Unfortunately, he didn't tell me when he's free, but he wrote a statement, a small statement as usually, but the statement contained grammar errors. So on its way, it lost its meaning. And basically, that statement, I was not going to accept it because I must see him personally in order for him to sign my warning statement in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution. So it is not a question, even if you wrote a book and then you send it, the requirement is that he must sign. I must see him personally and I must inform him about his constitutional rights.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Please have regard to your paragraph 66 in your statement now. Your statement, page 16, paragraph 66.
Page?
Maybe before you do that, Ms.
Yes.
Selo, there's a reference to Rosebank SAPS at paragraph 63.
I was turning to that point.
Is that where
now,
you're going?
yes.
Okay.
We'll get back, we'll come back, where Commissioner Baloyi was asking about reference to Rosebank. We will get to that in a moment. I was referring you to your paragraph 66 and to ask you to confirm that the response you just gave to Commissioner Kumalo regarding what steps you have taken against General Brigadier Mkhwanazi since obtaining the second statement from McKinsey, the one we've just read into the record, that you have set out your explanation at paragraph 66. Please look at it. Do you confirm?
Yes, I confirm.
Okay. I see there is an error in the date there. It has to be because at line 3 it says you contacted Brigadier Mkhwanazi, who said he wants to confer with his lawyer. This after Brigadier Mkhwanazi had submitted a statement on 5th February 2025, which I rejected. The year is wrong.
Yes, the year is wrong.
That was really my question.
2026.
So we should correct that to 2026.
Yes.
Thank
Because I had assumed that in 2025 a statement was obtained, and then Mackenzie gives his statement in 2026, and then...
Indeed. Yeah. And I'll just confirm that this is the statement that you say you received and rejected from Brigadier Mkhwanazi. That was the first statement from him, was it? Or was it a second statement?
This one that I'm looking for, it is the second statement as per warning statement. The first one that I obtained from Brigadier Mkhwanazi, it was the duty on, duty off statement of those members because his involvement was unknown at that stage.
Okay. I was going to then ask us to turn to the various statements that you have on file, and in the course of doing so, we will answer Commissioner Baloyi's question. At paragraph 63 of your statement, page 15, you note it is proven that they, being the EMPD officers, abuse their powers by operating outside their jurisdiction, i.e. Ikuruleni, and misled the Rosebank SAPS about the basis of conducting operations within Johannesburg. You see that?
Yes.
You have a series of statements. In particular, I would like us to start in Annexure TLM 3 from page 273. Now, at 273, if you can confirm, this is the warning statement of Adrian Norman Mackenzie. The actual statement starts at 277.
Yes, I
You
see
confirm?
it.
And you obtained, according to this document, this statement, if it is dated, do you have a date for when you obtained the statement?
For Mackenzie, yes.
Mackenzie.
2 May 2023.
And that is at page 280.
Yes,
I
280.
say it is certified on the 2nd of May by you, 2023.
Yes.
Before we get to the statement of Mackenzie, I would like us to go to the other statement, the next statement at 281, and that is the statement of Keshali Stolz.
Yes.
I would like us to start with the statement of Ms. Stolz because it sounds like, as we shall see from the statements, that she's the initiator of this operation insofar as Mr. Mackenzie is concerned.
Yes.
Is that your understanding as well? And Ms. Stolz's statement is at page 296.
Yes.
Correct. And I will just quickly note, at paragraph, she introduces her name and confirms that she's a white female employed by EMPD as a constable, and then states that she wishes to state as follows in English. In February 2023, I was on duty and in full uniform when I received a call from Mozo, a JMPD member who requested assistance in the recovery of lithium rocks that were suspected to being sold illegally by a suspect in Rosebank area. So, next paragraph, we went to Rosebank SAPS and informed them that we would be working in the area. We then went to the address of the person who was illegally dealing in lithium. Let me just go back to the first paragraph I read, where Ms. Stoll says she received a call from Mozo, a JMPD member who requested assistance. Have you been able to locate this JMPD member called Mozo?
In terms of the police, we have rank, we have surnames. So Stolz is giving me Mozo. I do not know the rank. I do not know how many Mozos are there. So I believe it was she was sending me from pillar to post. She is the one who was working with that person. So she has to have full details of such person. So I do not know if this person exists or not there in Johannesburg.
And you stated in your statement that insofar as Mackenzie and Stolz were operating in Rosebank, it was outside their jurisdiction.
Yes.
Under what circumstances could they operate in Rosebank, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, they can operate in Johannesburg if they are invited officially in Johannesburg with accountability. For instance, if they are invited by Johannesburg, they will be led by the people of Johannesburg, not them leading themselves.
So then at paragraph 3 of that statement, when he says we, it's not clear who the we is, went to Rosebank SAPS and informed them that would be working in the area. From what you are saying, JMPD wouldn't have to do that because Rosebank is within JMPD jurisdiction. Am I correct?
Yeah, you are correct. If it was an official duties, indeed, they will have reported to JMPD. They don't need to report there at Rosebank, and then they are working under the leadership of Johannesburg. Accountability will go to Johannesburg, that were with the members of EMPD.
And if we go then back, you remember we started with a second statement. The first statement, starting at 273, is said to be the statement of Norman Mackenzie. The actual warning statement starts at 277. And are you at 277?
Yes, I'm there now.
That is the statement of Adrian Mackenzie. It says, I, Adrian Norman Mackenzie, employed at Ekurhuleni as a Metro Police officer, state the following. And at paragraph 2, and I quote, on the day in question, I was on duty in full uniform and equipment when Constable Stolz told me she got a call from a JMPD member who needed assistance with recovery of stones in Rosebank. 3, we went to SAPS in Rosebank to make a OB entry that we will work in the area, and we went to the suspect area in Rosebank. You confirm that?
Yes, I confirmed that.
And lastly then, if we go to page 299, and at 299 is a statement as well dated the 25th of May 2023 by a Mr. Malautsi, who states, I'm an adult male and provides a service number, holding the rank of warrant officer, working at number 15 Study Avenue, Rosebank, SAPS. On Saturday, 2023-02-11, at about 5:45 a.m., I reported on duty at CSC as a relief commander. Around 8:50 a.m. the same day, members of EMPD came to CSC and report on duty. They were wearing full uniform. It was a female and a male members. Their names are Constables Stolz and Constable Mackenzie. Then he indicates who they spoke to directly, Sergeant Mohali. At paragraph 3, he continues, they said they are reporting on duty for tracing suspect of business robbery that took place in Niger, and they will be doing investigations around Rosebank area. You see that?
Yes, I see.
According then to Warrant Officer Malauti of Rosebank, when the two, as Mackenzie states, went to make the OB entry, they indicated that they were reporting for duty tracing suspects in connection with a robbery that took place in Niger. But on Ms. Stoll's version, they were invited by the JMPD regarding illegal lithium trading in Rosebank. Is that how you understand the documents as well?
Yes, it's where they have problems.
What problems? Are you able to say more about the problems?
Acacia and company.
Yes. What problems do you suggest they have?
They misled Warrant Officer Mlaozi that they are there to trace a suspect of business robbery in Niger, and they are doing investigation. To start with, they have no function of investigation.
And continue, please continue.
And there is no case to prove that they were doing legal duties of a case of Niger. They have not told him about a case. That case is non-existent.
And then lastly, at page 292, it's an undated statement signed at the bottom against the name Etienne van der Walt.
It's two?
298.
Yes, I got it.
And on this document, this statement, it doesn't have a warning statement formal sheet in the docket. Did you obtain this statement from Mr. Van der Walt yourself?
Yes, I obtained the statement of Van der Walt.
I see it is undated. Do you have a recollection of when you'd have obtained it? Is it around the same time you obtained from Ms. Stolz and Mr. Mackenzie or later?
It was after Mackenzie and Stolz, and the reason for not obtaining the warning statement as required, it is because Mr. Etienne van der Walt refused and said, I'm not a suspect. I said, no, as per requirement, I tried to explain his right. He refused. So, as a suspect, I have given him the opportunity to write whatever he want to write in that statement, and he wrote what is contained in this.
Okay. Mr. Van der Walt states, I, Etienne Van der Walt, a white male, hereby wish to provide the following statement. On the date in question, February 2023, I, as with Constable Stolz and Constable Mackenzie, I think I was with Constable Stolz and Constable Mackenzie, as we were going to go do patrols for truck that had been stolen or used in theft trailers. Do you see what I'm reading?
Yeah.
Second paragraph. He continues, we were en route to our first truck stop when Constable Stolz received a call. Constable Stolz informed me that a JMPD officer had requested assistance in Rosebank, and I asked if I could accompany them quickly, and then we would continue to do the patrols of the truck stops when we were done. We met, next paragraph, we met with the JMPD officer who informed Constable Stolz and Constable Mackenzie of the help she needed. So, was it your understanding that the JMPD member was a female? Because that's what this would suggest.
Yes.
Okay. We then proceeded to Rosebank SAPS, where I stayed in the vehicle. I take it that's when they went to register in their presence in the OB register, perhaps?
Yes.
We can skip the next paragraph. The one after states, I stayed in the lounge area, this is after entering the victim's premises, talking to the girlfriend of the white male. By then they had entered the flat. And if we skip that to the next paragraph, he states Constable Stolz and Constable Mackenzie came into the lounge after putting brown boxes on the floor in the entrance hall. And if we then go to the next, second line, we met with the JMPD after, and Constable Stolz and Constable Mackenzie handed the JMPD officer the SAP seizure form and rocks. We then left to follow up on the information in Bredel. You see that?
Yes, I see.
So from Mr. Van der Walt's statement, it would appear that Constable Mackenzie handed the rocks over to a JMPD officer, wherever that person was.
Yes.
And your testimony is that those rocks, as Mackenzie has confirmed, were handed over to the person in the white vehicle on the street.
He never confirmed that. He confirmed that in the latest statement, the additional statement.
Yes.
He identified a person. Those people were inside the white vehicle. He never spoke about the rocks.
So he still maintains that the rocks was given to the JMPD officer?
No. I don't believe their version.
No, on his version. I'm happy to go with his version. What's his version? What happened? What became of the rocks, according to Constable Mackenzie?
According to Constable Mackenzie's statement, is that they given the JMPD.
This still the unidentified JMPD member?
Yes, unidentified.
To check with Commissioner Baloy, I don't know if that answers your Rosebank question.
Yes,
reference.
it does, Mr.
Thank
It does.
In the CCTV footage that you have viewed, do you see any JMPD vehicles or any JMPD officers?
No.
And I see that we did discuss this, that now you are waiting to obtain a warning statement from Brigadier Mkonazi. What's the next step thereafter?
After obtaining a Brigadier Zilas Mkonazi's statement, depending on what he's gonna say, if indeed, I don't believe that there was a Gauteng traffic with a lot of ranks, but if indeed he write that he was with his friend, I will ask the rank, he will know better, because Mackenzie doesn't know those rank. He's the one who will know it is his counterpart. He will tell me that I was with this person. So it means that the same person I must obtain his warning statement is also part of that illegal operation. And then after that, I take the docket to the Director of Public Prosecution for decision. And then if they say Chaile, and then I go and arrest them. It will depend on the decision of the public prosecutor. If they see that there is some work that I must do, I have to comply with what I have not yet, I didn't see they are looking at that Magagula, you have not yet finalized your matter. Please go and do 1, 2, 3, 4. But if the Director of Public Prosecution is satisfied, they will issue a directive. These people must be charged with these following counts. I will not predict, but it will be them who will decide.
And the commissioners are aware, and this they learned from Chief Mapieye when he testified, that on the 15th of August 2023, the complainant submitted a notice to Ekurhuleni, the city of Ekurhuleni municipality, of his intention to institute action against the municipality to recover the value of the stolen property. Now, that what he terms to be stolen property. So that evidence is already before the commissioners, and the commissioners will recall that's when Chief Mapieye submitted JM 24. So is it fair to conclude that on the basis of that letter of demand, which is very detailed, that the EMPD has been appraised of this incident by its members?
Yes, EMPD was aware of this incident even before the
letter of demand?
The civil litigation. Why am I saying so? Commissioner Balui asked, it was Commissioner Kumalo asked, was the stone recovered? And then I said part of it. EMPD was aware a long time ago about this incident, because after the arrest of these people on Benoni case 215, I went together with my members to search the vehicle of Adrian Norman Mackenzie. Upon searching that vehicle of Adrian Norman Mackenzie, we recovered some stones there inside. When we searched, I booked him out and came with him to the car so that I can search the vehicle in his presence. So when we found the stones, he was there standing, and I had to ask him, does this belong to you? he agreed that this belongs to me. He even added that during the night this stone is it's just for decoration whatsoever. Each and every item that we found there, I made him to account for it, and he signed the acknowledgement that this belongs to me, this belongs to me, this belongs to the municipality. Everything that belonged to municipality, it was given to municipality. So EMPD from that point, it was on March, I'm sure it was on the 10 or 11 or 13 March where they became aware of this incident. So there is no way that they only knew when the civil litigation came.
So I hear you say that you found the vehicle, you found the stones in his vehicles, but how does the EMPD become aware about these stones and therefore the incident itself? You're not, in your explanation, in your answer, you didn't explain how they became aware.
I made them aware on the same day because the vehicle belongs to EMPD, and there were other properties that was inside the vehicle which belongs to EMPD.
Who in particular, and what form did the making aware take? Is there a record where the stones, where you inform EMPD in writing, whether it's a form or whatever form it takes, about these stones, that they are related to the incident in Rosebank? Is there that kind of detail when you inform them?
Okay. There is between my communication with Commissioner Space, I informed him, and he also exchanged the same photos with me. I remember in our WhatsApp message, which will be before the commission, there is the photo of the stones. He himself sent me also the stone that I recovered. I do not remember at which stage did I send it to him and then he sent it back to me during that period, but it was after the search.
When you say you informed EMPD, you mean Commissioner Spies? Who in EMPD did you inform about? And remember, it's about the case itself, the Rosebank case. If you say we informed, because the question as understood it was, did they become aware of it? And then you say yes, even before they got the letter of demand, they became aware of it. So I just want to clarify, did they become aware of this Rosebank theft case, as you have described it, as contained in the docket? Did they become aware of it? And I'm not saying did they become aware of the docket itself, but did EMPD become aware that its officers were involved in a bogus operation in Rosebank, where they took these jewels or these stones from there? And did that happen before they get the letter of demand, and were they informed by you?
Yes, Commissioner, I will try to answer like this. EMPD was aware from the word go, even before the case was opened. The complainant himself went to complain to EMPD. EMPD, through email to them, they communicated with him. And if my memory serves me right, that email that they received from the complainant, even before the case was opened, it was sent to us. It is how we assisted the complainant to open the case. So they are the first people to know about their officers.
Thank you, Mr. Magagula.
Now, the rocks found in Mackenzie's vehicle, did they match the description of the rocks that were taken from the complainants?
Yes, they match. Even the Section 212 statement, the report, that is in the case, they match.
So you could establish from that at least if they did hand some of the rocks to a JMPD officer, they did not hand all of them to a JMPD officer.
Can you repeat the question?
So you say some of the rocks were found with Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
So we can assume from that if they did hand the rocks to a JMPD officer, they did not hand all of them because some of them were still with Mackenzie.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Magagula, you referenced communication you say you had in particular with Commissioner Spies around this issue. In response, I think it was to Commissioner Baloi's question about how, on what basis you say EMPD had learned of the incident before the civil claim, the intention to institute civil claim was expressed. You remember?
Yes.
At your paragraph 86, you don't have to go there. You introduced two annexures, annexure TLM7 and annexure TLM8. And you say these are screenshots of your communication with Chief Mapieye and Commissioner Spies respectively.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you can pull out the second file, the second big file, it's marked 3 of 3 on the spine. And I want to take you to annexure TLM8, which you say are screen grabs of your communication over an extended period, not on this matter, with Commissioner Spies, starting at page 581.
Eight one.
Project and scroll. If I then ask you to turn to page 588, no, 586, let's start there. There seems to be perhaps a video clip, but then because this is a screen grab, we don't see that. Then there's a message there talking about, I think it's a number for Warrant Officer Ben of SAPS. If you go over leaf, and that also, there are two pictures there, or judging by the fact that the first has got a timestamp of 12:08, that might be a video. But if we skip that part and go to page 590, the same picture, the same two are found at 590. Okay, you can switch off. And go to 590. Now, I look at the communication below. It would appear a message forwarded. I'm not sure whether it is to you or to Commissioner Spies. Good morning, Commissioner. And below that is another forwarded message, the stuff from Mackenzie car. And then a last one says, must we bring to your office or Mr. Erasmus? This seems to be shared with you with what appears to be an evidence bag or a plastic bag containing some stones. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it continues and says, no, bring to anyone H. Start with car and protect it as is. IPID will contact you and bring their forensics with. The next message there at the bottom reads, Mackenzie's patrol vehicle was booked in for repairs and maintenance. He stated on Friday that he left his official Tetra radio in the car's cabby hole. I instructed, I think 589 and 590 are in the wrong order. I instructed go back to 589, his supervisor to fetch the radio. They just sent me the above, which are all inside his vehicle. Can you please arrange forensics to urgently attend to it? As lots of this is similar as what was found in Kisha's car and could be part of the evidence of their crimes. So my question is that the communication you were referencing in response to the question by Commissioner Baloyi when you say senior personnel at EMPD were aware of this incident before the complaint was lodged by, the civil claim was lodged by the complainant, and in particular you rely on your communication with Commissioner Spies in this regard. Is this part of the...
Yes.
And I see that communication, according to TLM 8, is from the period of 13 March 2023 at page 588 up to page 595, if I'm correct, or if not beyond, of the 14th of March 2023. Some of these messages appear to be repeats. I guess it's a question of a choice of at what point you take the screen grab.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So in summary then, you say to the commission that the senior police officers at EMPD became aware as early as March 2023 of this incident of precious stones.
Yes.
And they knew that it involved Kisha Lee Stalls and Mackenzie.
Yes.
And if you don't have it before you, at least we know in terms of JM 34 from Chief Mapieya's evidence that at least EMPD was informed in August of 2023 of this incident. And commissioners, just to note, specifically at page 114 of Mapieya and extras, JM 34, the letter from the complainant's attorneys reads as follows. Item 3 at page 114, our client instructs us as follows. On or about 11 February 2023, 3 individuals, 2 of them in Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department EMPD uniform, arrived at the residence of our client in Killarney, Johannesburg. Our client later learned that the 2 EMPD members are Constable Keshali Stalls and Constable Mackenzie. We enclose here with pictures of the aforementioned EMPD members at our client's residence, which pictures were taken by our client's flatmate on 11 February 2023, and same is marked and attached here to as an extra LOD1. Those were the black and white pictures we couldn't make sense of until we looked at the pictures provided by investigator Magagula today. So, best case scenario, EMPD was fully informed by March 23. Worst case scenario, by August 2023, they were aware.
Yes.
Is that your case?
Yes.
Do you still intend then to file a negative report in respect of these two officers, one of whom, of course, we now learn is no longer an officer because she has resigned or retired.
Yes, we are still going to file the report. Immediately after obtaining the honest statement of Brigadier Julius Mkwanazi, I filed both reports, DPP and EMPD, because my investigation will be finalized.
And what would be your response if you were to learn that the EMPD has taken no steps against any of the implicated officers on the basis that they are awaiting an IPID report?
I will not be surprised, even if we have filed the report in time. The file will gather dust in their office until we win our case criminally. And then they will take glory that they have successfully completed, while it is because of IPID criminal investigation. As I said earlier, majority of those departmental that were successful, it was not due to their departmental step that they have taken. They are dependent on the criminal outcome.
Thank you. Commissioners, unless there are further questions, I think this is as far as we take this particular case.
Can I? Yeah. Ms. Ilo, the references that you've made to these screen grabs or these WhatsApp messages.
Yes, Commissioner.
That you say are evidence of EMPD, at least SPIS, being informed about this Rosebank incident. I'm not sure it does that, Mr. Magagula.
Commissioner, if I may, perhaps I misspoke. It wasn't so much that it's evidence of, EMPD having full knowledge. Mr. Magagula had referenced telephonic communication and WhatsApp messages with senior members of EMPD regarding the searching of Mackenzie's vehicle, where he says he recovered some of these stones. It's in that context I then referred him to TLM 12.
Okay.
So I wouldn't want him to think that I said he claimed that is conclusive evidence.
Yes.
Thank
So you were not saying that this is evidence that the MPD became aware
Indeed.
of the
Yes.
Rosebank incident.
Yes, I referred him to that based on his allegation that he was in contact, and in particular in regard to the search of Mackenzie's vehicle,
Yes, I
from
understand.
which they recovered these items.
I understand that.
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave it. I had wanted, if you were saying that, I had wanted to say, actually, it seems that you do have other better pages that may well have been an indicator of this communication. If you look at 616, for example, there are references to Kilani, and Kilani is a suburb, not a police station area. So it sort of suggests that some communication, but I think this is in July, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's in April. But I'm not taking it any further.
I would think that perhaps it might be appropriate to do so because I think it buttresses what Mr. Magagula says. When one looks at these messages as Mr. Magagula provided them after taking screen grabs, they are not necessarily in the right order. You can tell from the date or the start or end of one message. So if 616, I think, supports his version, it would only be fair to draw that to his attention and place it on record.
Yeah.
Mr. Magagula, Commissioner Baloyi is talking about other messages that perhaps speak to the fact that EMPD members, and in particular in this instance, Commissioner Spies, because this is your communication with Commissioner Spies, became aware of this matter as early as perhaps July or so 2023. And in this regard, I would like to refer you to page 616 of that file we're looking at, which are the screen grabs of your communication with Commissioner Spies. Do you see that?
Yes.
And So if you're at 616, then please listen to Commissioner Baloyi.
No, all I was saying, Mr. Magagula, is that my initial concern to your discussion with Ms. Lo was that you were referring to those stones, to those WhatsApp messages which show stones as part of evidence that Ekurhuleni became aware, EMPD became aware of the Rosebank incident itself. And I thought if you actually look at other pages, there seems to have been better evidence that you were speaking to Commissioner Spies about this Kilani incident. That's all I wanted to point out.
Yes, Kilani is the
Yes.
is the resident of the victim.
Yes. All right. I have a different question, though. You say you are still going to be filing a recommendation. You say you're still going to submit a report and recommendation. This incident is in 2023.
Yes.
You become aware of it in 2023, I think about March or thereabouts.
Yes.
You have statements from the complainant, and I think a statement from Stolz early on. We are in 2026. How is it, what is the explanation that, I know that you got another statement from Stolz, not Stolz, Mackenzie, in January 26. You're still going to be getting a statement from Brigadier Mkwanazi. But with what you've got in a complainant's statement, what is the explanation that it has taken so long to get you to the point where you are able to, or you should be able to make a recommendation to the municipality?
The recommendation is made after the completion of the case itself. Both DPP and EMPD. I acknowledge the delay on the investigation part, but the report to EMPD, as I stated previously, it goes together, those ones.
And has this been to the prosecutor? Is it DPP or?
And not yet.
This docket, it hasn't.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you explain the delay? You say acknowledge the delay in the investigation. What are the reasons that there has been a delay in the investigation?
The delay on investigation is based on the fact of the 727 cases and all other activities that I was doing.
Yes. So it's the workload that you are carrying.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Mr. Magagula, the precious stones matter. If you could turn to page 16 of your statement. At page 16 from paragraph 68, you deal with what you term Boxburg North CAS 241/03/2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you please take the commissioners through the detail of that case? And then we will talk about the status of that particular case. Thank you.
Boxburg North case 241 of 3/2024. This case involves alleged extortion by members of the EMPD of an amount of 120,000 from a foreigner who at the time was visiting South Africa. A copy of this docket is attached as Annexus TLM4.
Mr. Magagula, apologies. Let us locate TLM4 because we'll be making reference to it. That is now in the second file, big file, marked 3 of 3. The first document should be your Annexure TLM4. Have you located it?
Yes.
Okay, give Commissioner Khumalo a sec. Okay, we have all found our TLM4. Then you can take it from paragraph 69.
On 5 March 2024 at approximately 11:55, the complainant was stopped by members of the EMPD driving an unmarked BMW in Springfield Road, Boxburg, after he had exited a housing estate. The officer demanded that the complainant produce identification. The complainant provided his Congolese passport. The officers informed him that they intended to verify his passport at Boxburg Home Affairs. The officers accompanied the complainant to Home Affairs, where they presented his passport to an official while speaking amongst themselves in their native language. Upon returning, the officers informed the complainant that Home Affairs was closed. They then demanded to accompany the complainant to his residence. The complainant refused, but the officers forced him to his home and conducted a search of his residence without a warrant. The complainant alleges that these actions were unlawful, including the detention force. Let me read it again. The complainant alleges that these actions were unlawful, including the detention, force, accompaniment to his residence, and the warrantless search of his property.
Perhaps let me assist you. Your paragraph 71 reads, the complainant alleges that these actions were unlawful, including the detention, forced accompaniment to his residence, and the warrantless search of his property.
Yes.
Did I read correctly? Yes?
On 23 October 2024, I received directives from the DPP concerning this matter, which I addressed and submitted a report to the DPP.
Okay, now you had referred us to TLM4, and I said it starts at page 361 of the second bundle of your annexures. Can you identify for the record the document that starts at 361? Why did I start? I apologize, it doesn't start at 351, that's where it starts.
Sorry?
It starts at 351, and I had wanted to refer you to page 361 and ask you to identify what that document is.
Yes. 361, I have a photo album.
And if we then go back, again, it appears like it's the problem of the order in which these are filed in the docket. That document, the page 361 appears like it ought to be followed by 357 to 360. That would appear to be the actual report from the forensic laboratory. At page 358, the captain who undertook this analysis, the analysis of this, the evidence, Captain Ndoi, at 358, he confirms that he received at item 3.1 an evidence bag with that seal number marked Boxburg North, and it contained 4 GB USB, not marked with a serial number. And that he was requested to enhance the images on that USB, and to create a photo album. At page 358, still paragraph 7, he then lists the pictures that he extracted from that USB and enhanced. It's about 14 pictures, and he concludes by saying these images are contained in the photo album accompanying this affirmation. Do you see where I'm reading, Mr. Magagula?
Yes.
So the actual pictures then, because in fact, it would appear 361 is the page that is misfiled, because it's the start of that report. It starts at 362. Now, these are the pictures that Captain Doi returned to you in this matter after he had done his analysis. We're going to put up these pictures and you help us identify what's in them. This is the first picture. What are we looking at?
This is the vehicle of Metropolis identified by the victim in his statement that he was stopped by a BMW.
It's the BMW that you state at paragraph 69 stopped the victim.
Yes.
Now you say at approximately 11:55, that is during the day, just before midday,
Yes.
in Springfield Road in Boxburg.
Yes.
We'll move to the next set of pictures.
I want to clarify something.
Yes, please do,
Mr.
by all means.
These pictures now are in the residence of the complainant. It's the estate now, not in the street. This video footage is in the estate.
Okay. The next page has got 4 pictures. It would appear it's this, still the same vehicle that is.
This is the second vehicle of Metropolis.
Okay, the first vehicle, if we go a page back,
It's a
it's got
BMW.
registration, BMW FT, whatever, from the first picture,
Yes.
from the top picture.
Yeah, from the top picture is
Then
FT.
the next set of vehicles is a different picture. It looks like a VW with
Yes.
DX and the rest.
Yes.
Then we go to the next set of vehicle pictures. They appear 364. What are we looking at here? There are 2 pictures on this page.
They are entering now. Now it's inside the estate now.
They are now inside the estate.
Yes.
And then it's still part of the estate in the first picture.
Yes.
And this middle picture, which appears to be an enhancement of a part of the bottom picture, that red arrow indicates.
Yes.
What are we looking at there in the middle picture?
They are parking the vehicle now, the police vehicle.
They are parking.
Their vehicles, they are on their way to park there.
Is this at the complainant's?
Yes,
Residence?
it is in the complainant estate.
Okay. The next page has got 4 pictures, and it would appear it's the same people, same pictures, but perhaps from slightly different angles. Is that correct?
Yes, these are the Metropolis officers who were inside those vehicles. They are out now.
And so is this next set of pictures. There seems to be a group of people in the top picture there, as enhanced from the second picture. Are you able to make out who those people are?
These are Metropolis officers. There are 6 of them. They were using the 2 vehicles, BMW and the VW.
Okay.
So in total, there are 6.
And then the last page has got 2 photographs. Can you talk us through these 2 photographs?
These photographs now, they are finished with what they were doing. They are going out with the victim inside their vehicle.
Okay, thank you. You then, at page 17, explain the current status of this matter. from paragraph 73. From paragraph 73, your page 17.
Yes. The case was completed on the 26th September 2024 and recommendation to EMPD were sent and received on the 3rd October 2024. I attached marked TLM5 a copy of this report. Furthermore, the case was referred to the DPP on the 3rd October 2024 to decide on prosecution. The DPP issued directives on 23 October 2024, which I addressed and returned the docket to DPP. These are attached as Annex TLM 5.1.
Okay. Now, before we go to the reports that you reference at 73, at paragraph 68 of your statement, page 16, you state that this matter involves extortion by EMPD members of an amount of 120,000 from a foreigner at the time visiting South Africa.
Yes.
If you go to page 384, sorry, I'm reading the wrong number, 355, the red one, 355 and
The big one.
356 of the big file, the file that we've just been looking at, the photographs of the EMPD officers entering the estate where this foreigner was staying. If we go to 355 and 356,
Okay.
you've got two pictures there in the docket. There is this picture, and then over leaf at 356, there is this other picture, 356. What are these pictures? What can you tell the commissioners about, and why are they relevant for the docket?
This picture was taken by the victim before the arrival of the police. It is inside the bag. It is the money that was taken from him. So if you can start on the first photo.
Sorry, please say that again.
The first photo.
This-
Okay,
yes.
this is the bag. And where there is money is the inside of the bag.
Okay. So this is the 120,000 you say was extorted from him,
Yes.
as you stated, your paragraph 68.
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay.
Yes.
So now we know from your paragraph 73, you say you attach TLM5, a copy of the recommendations to EMPD after you had completed the case on the 26th of September 2024. But I'm looking at your file, your TLM5, it's got something else.
512.
512, not 511. 511 is not part of TLM5. So that big file we're just looking at now with the money picture.
Yes.
If you go to page 512. This, in my file, reads as EMPD memorandum addressed to the Chief of Metro Police, Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
It's 5-1.
512. The top right, red number.
Yes.
Yes.
I got it.
So I say this as the EMPD memorandum addressed to the Chief of Metro Police, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, and it's from IPID. And if you, the last page of that document is 516. Commissioners, if you could move that annexure numbering, the page that marks 5.1, it's supposed to come after 516. The EMPD report runs up to 516, and then annexure 5.1 starts thereafter. Please go to page 516.
Yes,
And I see that is it's got a conclusion and it's signed by you and dated 26 September 2024.
yes,
And once again, it's supported by the provincial head of Gauteng, IPID. This, as Ms. Masuku explained to us yesterday, the top right corner at page, that stamp at page 512, that is confirmation of receipt of this report
yes.
by the intended addressee. And I see the service was effected on the 3rd of October 2024. Can you just, the document itself, it invokes section 21(1)(g) of IPID Act. That's what you say is the classification of this matter.
Yes,
And you give the reference number, the Boxburg number, and you say it's a corruption case
yes.
next to reference. And you state the offense is one of corruption. Then you list the members against whom you say a charge of corruption is preferable. Can you read those, can you inform the commissioners as to who those members are?
These members are members of EMPD who are suspect on this matter. MPO FI Shirinda, MPO JL Taba, MPO JG Yika, MPO City Ngubeni. This is a female.
Okay.
Ngubeni. MPO K Seisa, MPO GR Neloheni. So the total is 6 members.
The 6 MPD, and these are all EMPD members?
These are all 6 EMPD members. At the time, they were working under special service. That unit that falls under Brigadier Mkwanazi.
And if you go to page 513 of the same document, overleaf, the same names are repeated in the table under item 2.3. You see that?
Yes.
Now you list them at 2.3 and then there's a ref. Can you read the statement below that table where you say all these members are?
Analysis or on 513?
2.3 at page 513.
Please find attached the original contents of the docket, case docket CCN 2024 containing the following information.
And then you list all the very members whose detail you just read out.
Yes.
Together with their personal numbers.
Yes.
And then below that, there is an entry. Please read that into the record.
Please find attached copies of the content of IPID case docket.
No, before that, just immediately under
yes,
the table. You say these, you are talking about these members.
Okay, yeah, I see, I jumped.
Yes.
Let me start there. Please find attached the original contents of IPID, a case docket CCN 2024 containing the following information. Members mentioned attached to the drug unit, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. This drug unit fall in that specialized unit.
The specialized unit that you say is overseen by Brigadier Mkwanazi?
Yes.
Okay. So then we've taken care of referral to EMPD.
Yes.
In this matter.
Yes.
Do you know what became of this, if anything?
Departmental?
Yes.
Departmentally, I can say they have opened the DR.
No, we don't know what a DR is.
Disciplinary hearing.
Okay.
They have opened it, and I can say nothing has been done, even though have received it. The only thing that they are crying for now, which when Mrs. Mutsipe comes here, she will still deny. I have communication. They are not proceeding because they do not have a video footage. They are looking for video footage. So they brought a video footage. They brought a stick to me. So I told them that, okay, I'm waiting for my IT, our lady who is assisting us in Gauteng. She's based in Pretoria National Office, so sometimes she comes to Johannesburg. So I told Binel Mutsepe that as soon as she comes to Johannesburg, I will ask her to download that video footage for you. But I further advise her that I have the photo album, I can provide you with this photo album. But you must know the purpose of the video footage. The video footage is not to see someone stealing. The video footage was for the purpose of seeing these people in the residence of the victim, not to see the people stealing 120,000. So when you ask something, you must know the objective of it. What do you want for that? So if you do not know what you are looking for, which means you don't know what we are doing.
Thank you. Staying then with your paragraph 73, we have dealt with annexure TLM5, which is your EMPD referral report, correct?
Yeah.
You introduce another document there, you've marked TLM 5.1, and you say the DPP issued directives on 23rd October 2024, which I addressed and returned the docket to the DPP. These are attached as annexure TLM 5.1. Annexure TLM 5.1 starts at page 517 of the big file. Are those the directives you say you received from the DPP regarding this matter?
Yes, I see.
And this is dated 23/10/2024 at page 518. And if we go back to 517, it lists about 10 things that must be done in this matter. And the DPP says the following outstanding investigations must be completed, namely obtain the AVL records of the state vehicles involved, and gives the numbers. These are the vehicles I think the numbers correspond with what we saw in the photo album. And A1 must explain where did he keep the money in his house, obtain a statement from his domestic worker. Does A1 have CCTV cameras, and if so, obtain the footage of the incident? A1 must explain whether all the members searched his house, that is occupants of BMW and VW Golf, or only some of them. Which members took the money and placed it inside a bag, and in which vehicle did they leave the scene? Which members told him they need to share the money and took it? An identity parade must be held in order for A1 to point out the members involved. A2 must be accompanied by an affidavit from car track, and brackets, person who gave A2. And lastly, A17 must be accompanied by opening and closing bank statements from FNB. A Section 205 subpoena must be issued in this regard. Then it continues at item 2. The police docket, Boxburg North cast 241/03/2024, are hereby returned and must be resubmitted on or before the 25th November 2025 with finalized investigations. And it's signed by the DPP. Do you see that?
Yes.
And these directives are directed to the Deputy Provincial Head, Gauteng IPID, for the attention of Mr. Budu and yourself.
Yes.
You received these directives, and with the 10 items that you must attend to as instructed by the DPP, were you able to address all these concerns by the DPP?
Yes, this was an early directive from DPP. I already dealt with all of this. So it is finalized, and the advocate has issued the final directives that these members must be prosecuted for robbery with aggravating circumstances, and I already, J50 must be applied. I already applied for J50, I already arrested them. So currently the status of this case is trial.
And you deal with that at paragraph 74 of your statement, perhaps. Then if you could just read that, and that completes your work on this matter. At page 17 of your statement, paragraph 74, you have a little paragraph there headed criminal referral.
Yes.
Please read that.
The DPP took a decision that the members must be arrested and charged for robbery with aggravating circumstances. All of these members have been arrested and charged, and their criminal case is with the Boxburg Magistrate Court, and the matter is currently on the court roll, reminded to the 23 February 2026, which is this month. Must I continue?
Please continue. Conclude that, yes.
Departmental recommendation. The outcome of the disciplinary recommendation is still awaited.
So you will recall that you were invited to comment on these cases specifically,
yeah,
because the Chief Mapie and Commissioner Spies had been concerned that IPID is either deliberately not investigating these matters or dragging its feet. Do you have a comment now that you have accounted for this matter and you have given, it would appear that, at least from my perspective, you have done everything that is required by law for you to do?
Yeah, it can't be true that I deliberately frustrated these matters, because you can see from my evidence that my goal was to get justice by obtaining each and every exhibit which will assist this investigation so that our victims can get justice. So it was not a rush job in order to impress someone to arrest people willy-nilly without doing proper job. So the aim of the department is not to please the media, is to seek for justice, even if it takes longer, but the aim is to get justice. So I have with all these members that we dealt with, I have no relationship with them, and some of them, they hate me. If you can put me with the devil here, they will rather choose the devil than me.
Okay. Thank you. You did indicate at the start of your... yes.
Before that, Mr. Law, I didn't realize that you have moved from this document. You say that when Ms. Mutsipe comes here, you expect that she will say that she's still waiting for the audio visuals.
For this matter, which she will say that she's waiting for the video footage from me.
Yeah. It can be, though, that she's waiting for that, because when you look at the statements, and here I'm looking at a statement that starts at page 475. And I guess this is something. Firstly, let me ask this, that this docket was given to EMPD, the statements that are in this docket?
Yes.
Okay. And who in particular do you address these things to?
This was given...
When you do the report and you give them to EMPD, who would you have addressed it to?
This was, I will say, the person who received it, because there is a signature of her. This document was received by Binel Mutsip.
Okay.
But it is addressed to that department, which is headed by Yeni Erasmus.
I mean, I think what I want to point out, and I guess she will, if she comes here, she would have to explain. Randomly at 475, you have a statement that starts there of Ngubeni, Constable Ngubeni, and at from page 6, no, in fact, from paragraph rather, not page 6. At paragraph 5 on page 477, she does speak to, they arrived at that security complex, at that complex, residential complex, with a complainant. She does describe that. And then when you, so on her version, on one of the suspects' version at least, there is a concession that they did go to the complex with the suspect. And when you go to the next page, at paragraph 6, and I'm doing this just not to waste time, I'm skipping around. Ngubeni speaks about the African male then opened the door and welcomed us inside. Now they are at the residence, at the house itself. So there is evidence in your docket that you gave to EMPD that these people did drive to the residential property, and in fact they got inside the property. So it can be that the lack of a video evidence from you is the reason that they haven't instituted any discipline. They're not running the disciplinary hearing. It can be, she has to come and give us a different answer.
Yeah, she's listening, but I place it on record. Since January, she was insisting, following me for the video footage. And this incident also, EMPD was aware from the onset, even the time this docket was with the SAPS in the initial stage. This docket was investigated by Chabalala. It's a female officer. Chabalala stated to me that I gave them the statement of the complainant. I made them to watch the video footage. It was Ayanda and Binel. This is not me, it is the police officer from Boxburg. But when they come here, they will deny all that they knew.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Mr. Magagula, we are now at your paragraph 76. We are page 18 of your statement. Just perhaps before you deal with that, Commissioners, from page 18, paragraphs 76 to 78 speak to those problematic cases that Mr. Gefelakai testified about, the Mayerton case of 72/8/2022, which was said that's not registered in the manner that Commissioner Spies has described it. At 79, it deals with the Springs Cobalt and Brakpan copper matters. Without necessarily reading these, because into the record, what you have here, as regards the Mayerton case, Mr. Kefalakai has informed the commissioners that they are trying to investigate the circumstances around this case and that they will revert. Is there anything you are able to add to that regarding this Mayerton case? What have you been able to establish about it in the interim?
In Mayerton case, so far, now, currently, we have the telephone number of the alleged victim, Uomvelem. We will pursue, we will phone him, we will visit him in his address and ask if he knows anything about this. If he's willing to open a case, we will assist him in opening a case and establish if there is police involvement. But according to the video, there is police involvement, which means it will be our case. And if it is our case, again, even though it's Mayerton, it will be fruitful for the team of Egorulane, because it is ours who make case intake in the office with other supervisors. So if we see this suspect are overlapping in one area, it will be prudent, for instance, to give the matter to Nomsamasuku, who has engaged with this suspect. He knows the modus operandi. I was just giving an example that we will be flexible on how to deal with this matter if it is open.
Mr. Magagula, my criticism of your statement, paragraph 77, is that you note from your cell phone that SPIS sent you the clip on 6 March 2023. And we are now in 2026, and only now is IPID telling us that they will open a case because it falls within their jurisdiction and they will take it forward. And the reason why I'm criticizing you is we know that the witness who provided this clip has since been killed. And I was a bit unhappy about somebody saying the video clip could not be opened, because if you know who it comes from, then surely you must go back to the person who gave you the clip and say, I cannot open it for whatever reason. But it doesn't explain why it took 3 years for IPID to say, we will contact the victim, because he's not the complainant at this stage, the victim of the crime.
The time Commissioner Spies sent me the video footage, I asked him about the full. Commissioner Spies is a police officer. I asked him about the telephone number and case number. He could not provide such. And Commissioner Spies he was in better position than me, because the information is given to him by someone who trusts him and not me. And if he got that information from Yako Hanegom was not going to trust me or to talk to me, because he was our suspect in the Brakpan murder case. So Commissioner Spies was better placed to source that information, to assist me. Even civilians, South Africa, when they report, because our phone now, our phones are known to them. When they report, they give us a lead. 4 weeks back, a South African, a white male, sent me a complaint. It was about an African male whom police took 50,000. So it's a civilian. When he sent me that complaint, he sent me the victim's name and cell phone number. So it was easy for me. He didn't want me to ask him, hey, how did it happen? He said, telephone number, victim. I managed to speak to the victim, and he told me more information about that robbery which occurred in his house. So Commissioner Spies, I don't want to criticize him, or he passed the bulk with little information, and we are suffering with 727 cases. So he expects IPID to do everything for EMPD. So there is unfairness in that part of them.
Mr. Magagula, I suspect it's cold comfort for a member of the public who has been robbed by police officers to hear an explanation like this, that Spies expected me to do all the work. I think what is not understandable is that you got a clip, and you do say in your statement that the clip was without any details of the incident. But we've seen that clip. So we see Metro Police, we see people scaling over the fence, who are wearing uniform, or looking over the fence, who are wearing uniform, and we'd see them getting inside, and we see a vehicle going in. So we saw that this is supposed to be a police operation, an EMPD operation. And I would have expected that you would have called Commissioner Spies and say, get me more information on this. Because what you are recording in your statement suggests you, and that is what Mr. Kefelakai said yesterday, you got the clip, it had no context, you could not actually open all of it, and that was the end of it. And the statement, your statement in paragraph 77 conveys pretty much the same thing. You know, you say it was without any details, and then you say, I took it that there would be a case docket opened in one or other police station, and then such matter would be referred to IPID in writing. This has never happened. So this, it's you got the video and you did nothing. And I do accept criticism of Commissioner Spies that he didn't give you any useful information but for the clip. But you see this from Spies, with whom you're in touch about criminal conduct of EMPD officers. I don't understand, or it's difficult to understand, that you would not have called him and said, give me more information. Where do I find, what is this about? Where do I find this Womvelem? Now you know it's Womvelem, so at some point you asked. It's that which is difficult to understand how it came about.
I admit that I didn't put more information in my statement. With Commissioner Spies, I was communicating with him frequently. I did ask for that information because we were speaking. If you can see our communication, it goes a long way. Even if
about this case,
not about
this video.
Not about this case only. It goes a long way with other cases. So during those communication, if to myself, when I asked him for more details and he didn't provide, I took it as if he doesn't have. And he did not make follow-up to me regardless of our communication after sending this video footage, because we had a lot of communication between me and him. If he had anything, he would have. Maybe if I'm wrong. He would have asked Magagula how far about the incident, because we kept on communicating for a longer period after the video clip.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Before we leave this topic, I think it's necessary that we deal with your annexure TLM6, which you reference at paragraph 76. At 76, in regard to this Mayerton case, you recall that when Commissioner Spies testified, he named it, he said it was a Mayerton case, case number 72/8/2022. At paragraph 76, you state, as far as I'm aware, this case does not involve the video recordings shared by Commissioner Spies with the Commission. I've been able to obtain records of copper-related matters reported to and registered at Mayerton SAPS during the month of August 2022. I was able to locate 3 in total. I attached marked TLM6, the 3 crime summaries of these cases as recorded in the SAPS crime administration system. Now can we just quickly go to TLM6 to confirm your 3 cases that you say you were able to locate in Mayerton for crimes committed in the period of August 2022. And the August is because, if I understand, the middle number in that case number indicates the month of the year.
Yes.
So your TLM6 starts at page 520. And,
19.
or at 519, thank you, Commissioners, at 519. And they go to 521. And already just casting our eyes on those three, each one in the red section starts with a cast number. We have 88/08/2022. The next one at 520 is 95/08/2022. And the last is 129/08/2022. So we do not have the cast number as provided. You say the cast number as provided by Commissioner Spies, you could not locate in Meyerton. Then if we look quickly at page 519, the first case, the charge is tampering with infrastructure. The summary states that the complainant stated that on that date, at that time, she went to sleep, everything was in order, all the windows and doors were locked and closed. At about 5:30 the next morning when she woke up, she noticed that the power light was off. Then she went outside to recharge the electricity, and it is when she noticed that the copper cable was cut. Now, the facts of that case do not correlate with what Commissioner Spies testified to confirm. The next, at 5:20, that second case, once again is tampering with infrastructure, and this one, scene of crime says railway station, Meyerton, Transnet. We don't have to look at the facts of that case because of the scene of the crime. And the last, at 5:21, is CAS 129/08/2022. It's theft general, and then in the summary it states the complainant was at his new house and found two unknown white males busy looting. He left them there and went to the scrapyard and found his properties to the amount of 35,000. So once again, the facts don't correspond with what Commissioner Spies understood the Meyerton case to involve. Nonetheless, Mr. Kifelakai has undertaken to the commissioners to come back on this matter formally, and will file a supplementary. I just wanted to place your TLM 6 formally on record. Okay. Next, from 79, you deal with the Springs, Cobalt, and Brakpan copper matters. I think emphasis there is at your page 8, is your paragraph 80. If you could just give a quick summary of what you were able to establish about these cases. Are you able to?
This one also, I believe it was answered, even if I didn't read. It was the issue.
Yes, well, I know what the issue is. It is the update, because at paragraph 80, it appears that there has been communication with a specific warrant officer now.
Yeah. Okay. However, a telephonic inquiry was made with Warrant Officer Saki of Springs Police Station on 6 February 2026. He confirmed that there was a case similar to what is described under the Cobalt case. According to Warrant Officer Saki, this was a case of stolen goods which were recovered.
Yes?
According to Warrant Officer Saki, there was no police involvement in this matter that he could have reported, and therefore it does not, it does.
You're quite right, it should read not.
Yeah, it must read, it does not fall in the IPID mandate.
Now, unlike the matter of Meyerton, here just a narrative, are you able perhaps in time to provide either a statement from Warrant Officer Saki explaining, you call it the Cobalt, Springs, and I think, actually it's a measure of two cases. Are you able to obtain a statement, a full statement from Warrant Officer Saki around this issue?
Not yet.
Please think about the answer whilst we take a 5-minute adjournment. Let's adjourn.
Indeed, Chair. Thanks.
Now you may respond, Mr. Magagula.
Mr. Magagula, if you still, in case you don't remember the question, mine was to point out that at your paragraph 80 to 81, you just relate contact that was had with Warrant Officer Saki. You've got nothing official as regards what Warrant Officer Saki says about this or this matter or these matters, if it's one or two. My question to you was, will you endeavor to obtain a statement from Warrant Officer Saki about these matters for completeness sake and to file with the Commission?
Yes.
Okay. So I should pursue you for that statement, and with a supplementary statement, I'll file it on your behalf?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we can quickly move then to your next heading, starting at page 19. This chapter is called Lack of Feedback to EMPD. Basically, I think it's important to read paragraphs 83 and 84. Then we'll take it from there.
Chief Mabandla and Commissioner Space complain of lack of feedback with regard to EMPD investigation. I accept this may have been the case. It is important to point out that IPID does not give feedback or updates on ongoing investigation. This is mainly for purposes of preserving the integrity of investigation. We do communicate feedback to the complainants as required by the IPID SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, to inform them of progress without providing details of the investigation. IPID is, however, not obliged to give feedback to the institution whose members are under investigation, as such disclosure may compromise witnesses and undermine the integrity of the investigation.
Thank you. And then if you go to page 20 at paragraph 86, you state that, however, maintained constant communication with both Chief Mabandla and Commissioner Spies over an extended period. We would share information and discuss issues that affect Ekurhuleni. I attach as annexures TLM 7 and 8, respectively, screenshots of my communication with both. For the record, annexure TLM 7 starts in your second file, the big file, file 3 of 3. It starts at page 522, and that are your screenshots of your communication with Chief Mabandla. If you confirm for me, they range in date from the 1st of August 2022, and the last page of that, at page 580, is 29 September 2025. Do you confirm?
The last page, it will be page?
Is page 580.
Yes,
and
yes.
29, the date is 29 September, so they are from 1st of August 2022 to 29 September 2025. And there are quite a few, about 50 pages. They span from page 522 to page 580. Do you confirm that?
It ends up at 581.
Is that problem of misplacing the numbering? You're correct. At 581 in actually the 6th of November 2025.
Yes, where it says, Avshin, so far so good, brilliant testimony. It was me greeting him in our language. In Tsonga, Avshin means good morning. So far so good, brilliant testimony. It was the testimony that he testified here in the commission, not knowing that the following day he will put me under the bus.
Was then it not appropriate for you to send another message on the 7th of November? What is the opposite of option?
Because he didn't respond to that one, the last one that I sent. I stopped communicating with him at that time.
Okay, and again,
I see that you refer to him as Shanks. I see that you refer to him as Shanks.
It's
Shanks.
580.
Oh, it's a forwarded message. It's a forwarded message. Sorry. Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yes.
Mr.
No, the
yes,
chair was
Mr.
referring to the message at the bottom of 580. It's a forwarded message, and it starts, "Good day, Shanks." That's not you talking.
no, that one, it was not. It
No.
was not me.
No, let's leave it. Let's leave it. Let's leave it.
Okay. Then the next annexure is TML 8. You refer to that at 86, and this you say are similar screenshots, but this time of your communication with Commissioner Spies.
Yes.
And these range from page 582 to page 630. And
Yeah.
I should check. And once again, it's not necessary at this juncture to go through them. In terms of date range, what I could make out is they seem to span from 8th March 2023, as appears at page 583, to I think 29th September 2025, as appears on page 626. That's the last data I'm able to locate in this. You
Yes.
confirm?
Yes.
Okay. I think
And Mr.
Commissioner Kumalo-
Magagula, there is the Mayerton video on page 582.
Commissioner, I've agreed that he sent me, and I needed more details.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, if I understand your paragraph 86, you have attached these screen grabs for the sole purpose of showing that you have had fairly extensive, if I may call them that, communication with both Commissioner Spies and Chief Mapieye over an extended period. Is that correct?
Yes.
But then, I know we said we are not unpacking them. Before we leave these screen grabs, I would like to draw your attention to page 540. At 540, are you there?
Yes, I'm there now.
I see a date at the top of the 14th of February 2023. Good morning, Chief. Today my schedule is not hectic. I will come and see you. This is now in TLM7, your communication with Chief Mapieye. And then he seems to respond, all right, please call me around 1300, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm interested in the 15th of February message. At the bottom, there appear to be 2 voice clips. Is that what they are? We don't have them because these are screen grabs. Are those voice clips at the bottom there on that page?
Yeah, in the picture it shows a voice notes, yes.
Okay. Now, the message above reads, "Good morning, Chief. Some of your officers are just pure criminals. Can you recognize this voice?" I'm interested in your description by calling some of EMPD officers pure criminals.
The voice notes here, because I'm unable, which means it was, I assume it has been a long time. I do not remember the contents of that voice, because I might have found it somewhere, someone did something. So I'm alerting the chief about that incident. That, can you recognize this? I might, because it has been a long time and I cannot just remember what was the voice message all about.
It must have been a rough message for you to determine them to be, some of the members to be pure criminals. That's rather strong language, isn't it?
I accept, I use the strong language.
And you believe you were justified at the time to use that strong language?
I'm sure by hearing to that voice note that I can't remember what was all about.
I must say, though, that given the different cases that we have looked at, it's different, the ones that we've been discussing,
Yes.
that you're investigating, that it seems you do have it is criminals. Officers in the EMPD, some
Yes.
are serious criminals.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Magagula, then continuing your statement, we are now at your paragraph 88. No, 87, I apologize. You say, I maintained less contact with Brigadier Mkwanazi, in brackets, as compared with Chief Mapie and Commissioner Spies. I attach as annexure TLM9 screenshots of my communication with him on a number he had provided in 2023. From around October 2024, Brigadier Mkwanazi was utilizing a different number attached as annexure TLM10 screenshots of our communication on this phone number. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I confirm.
And your TLM9 starts at page 631. You say that's on the one phone, and it would appear that the first message is from the 22nd of May, 2023. And your TLM10, again, screen grabs of communication with Brigadier Mkwanazi. It seems to be the 2023 screenshots are TLM9. And TLM10, yes, starts at page 635. Do you confirm?
Yes, I confirm.
And in comparison, I mean, what you have given in terms of volume on the first number of 2023, it's from 631 to 634. That's 4 pages. And the second telephone number is 635 to 646. And I think it does support your contention that although you had contact with him, it was far less than you maintained with Chief Mapie and Commissioner Spies, if your annexures are anything to go by, the screen grabs.
Yes.
There is nothing in particular I would like to refer you to in the 2 annexures, your communications with Mr. Mkwanazi. They are on record. To the extent that anything may appear from them that is of interest, the Commission will always have regard to what you have placed before the Commission.
Okay.
And at T9, you conclude then that TLM7 to TLM12 demonstrate that I had constant communication with the relevant officials of Ekurhuleni regarding their matters, and they had opportunity to raise any concerns they may have had with my investigations. This then, I think, would lead us to...
Can we maybe put the criticism to him and he responds? As I understood the criticism, it was that he would often visit either Ekurhuleni or EMPD offices and have meetings with Julius Mkhwanazi. And Mkhwanazi's superiors would not know what those meetings were about. And the suggestion was that he was cozying up to Mkhwanazi, and the reason why no action was being taken was because he was friendly with him.
Indeed, Commissioner Khumalo, that was the next chapter we are dealing with, just to check. It's headed allegations of improper relations with Brigadier Mkhwanazi and city manager. So I don't know if the issue you raised fits in with this. Okay. We move then, Mr. Magagula, to page 21 of your statement. We are at paragraph 90. Now, this particular heading reads allegations of improper relations with Brigadier Mkhwanazi and the city manager, of course, being of Ekurhuleni. Now, can you deal with the contents of this chapter as it starts from paragraph 90? Thank you.
As I indicated, the senior EMPD officers belabored under a wrong impression that I have a relationship with Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and an improper one at that. Further, that I have ongoing contact with Brigadier Mkhwanazi outside the official channels. This is incorrect. All my dealings with Brigadier Mkhwanazi have been in an official capacity as the head of specialized operation, where members of his unit are the subject of IPID investigation, and then only to the extent necessary. Chief Mabiyeye submitted a letter to this commission that he had addressed to the Executive Director of IP dated 24 January 2024, in which he complained of what he considered an inappropriate relationship between Brigadier Mkhwanazi and myself, and referred to a meeting I had with Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I will address the contents of this letter to the best of my recollection.
Apologies, Mr. Magagula. Just a second. Commissioners, for the record, in fact, a correction has to be made. The letter was dated 26 January 2024, not 24th. And that is annexure JM27 to Chief Mapiyeye's statement. And this letter, Chief Mapiyeye had addressed to the Executive Director of IPID. And it read, I need to bring the following matters under your attention. During 2023, I personally reported to you that one of your investigators, Mr. Magagula, reported in person to the city manager of COE, Dr. Mashazi, that myself and Deputy Commissioner Spies are people who are pushing, quote unquote, the IPID investigation into J. Mkhwanazi EMPD, while nothing could be further from the truth. 2, it is a known fact that IPID have various investigations and cases still pending against J. Mkhwanazi, which some are not concluded yet. 3, it has come to my attention that Mr. Magagula has had numerous meetings with J. Mkhwanazi on the sideline at the Boxburg EMPD precinct. Last meeting between them was Friday, 19th January 2024. 4, I, as the Chief of Police and Head of the Metro Police, have not been informed or have knowledge of these meetings, and I also do not receive any progress feedback on existing matters. 5, the engagement of Mr. Magagula and Mr. J. Mkhwanazi has got the potential of jeopardizing the cases against Mr. Mkhwanazi. I therefore request a meeting with you whereby we can discuss these matters further and a way forward on how to handle this. Your considered noting is appreciated, and it's signed by Chief Mapiyeye. That is the letter that Mr. Magagula references at paragraph 91. Is that correct, Mr. Magagula?
Yes.
Then you say you will try and address the contents of this letter to the best of your recollection, and you start doing so from paragraph 92. Thank you.
During January 2024, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi had contacted me to express concern of the increasing number of deaths linked to illegal mining activities and seizure of police firearm following the shootings. The seizure is by IPID following such incident, and it became necessary to explain the basis for the seizure. I confirm that both investigator Nomsama Sugu and I attended to Brigadier Mkwanazi's office on 19 January 2024 for a meeting with Brigadier Julius Mkwanazi following this telephone call. I attach marked TLM 13 a copy of investigator Masuku trip log, official vehicle over the period. This log sheet together with mine, which I attach TLM 13.2 reflect the trip to Boxburg. The meeting was held with two other EMPD employees. It was decided to conduct training for EMPD officers as regards how to conduct themselves during engagement with illegal miners and for them to understand purpose for seizure of firearms of the officers. This training was conducted on 15 November 2024. Attached marked annex TLM 14.
Before you proceed, at 93, you say you've got two annexures. Marked TLM 13 Roman 1, which is a copy of Investigator Masuku's trip log for her official vehicle over the period. That document is attached and marked TLM 13 Roman 1. And please go to that page, the big file. 2 of 3, the big file.
The big
Yeah.
file.
The big file, not the big 5, Mr. Magagula.
Okay, 2.
You said 203, it's 703.
I said 2 of 3, big file.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, 2.
It's,
You are in file 2 of 3, the big file.
yeah, I mean big file. I want to know the.
Okay, the page is 703. Top right corner.
Yes.
And it starts at 203 and it does indicate the name, NP Masuku, personal number, and it gives the details of the vehicle. And in this regard, if one refers to, it's a log, trip log over an extended period. It starts here on the 19th of January 2024, and the last page is 31st January 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, which entry do you say is relevant to that visit to Ekurhuleni on the 19th of April, on the 19th of January 2024?
It is the first one, which date 19 of 1/2024. Standby duties, and it goes long to say Mufulo North, and then it say the time Boxburg, and it say the time kilos and kilos and kilos.
And you say that is the day you attended to the Ekurhuleni offices
Yes.
for a meeting with Mr. Brigadier Mkwanazi and 2 other employees, right?
Yes.
Now, you continue on that paragraph and you say, this log sheet together with mine, which I attach as TLM 13 Roman 2, reflect the trip to Boxburg. However, we do not have TLM 13 Roman 2. Would you like to talk to that, please?
I corrected that with you that at that time I was driving with Ndlamini. Ndlamini was the one who, the other Tulan, when I say Ndlamini, is Tulani Ndlamini, whom was the one who took me there, and he left me. The trip log for Ndlamini, because it was Ndlamini who was driving. It was taken to national office due to certain investigation in the department that was happening, for which I cannot mention. Yes.
So are you suggesting to the commissioners that you didn't use your vehicle, so therefore you don't have a log sheet for that particular day? You drove with Tulani Dlamini,
Yes.
the other investigator,
Yes.
but his trip log is currently not available for the reasons that you state.
Yes.
Do you undertake to make that particular trip log available as soon as it's at hand?
I cannot confirm that because there was an investigation which...
No, I don't need the details of that particular investigation. I
Yeah,
said,
it
when it
was not-
becomes available, are you in a
Yes,
position
yes.
to? Okay. But the purpose of attaching these logs is to confirm that indeed a meeting was held with Brigadier Mkhwanazi on the 19th of January 2024, as Chief Mapie suggests.
I confirm that.
And you maintain that it was an official meeting
I was there
between
also.
EMPD officials as headed by Brigadier Mkhwanazi, following the telephonic conversation you had with him about concerns regarding zamazamas and seizure of firearms of EMPD officers.
Yes, I confirm that.
And on the other hand, the meeting was attended by at least 3 IPID officials, yourself, Investigator Masuku, and Investigator Tamini.
Dlamini didn't attend it. It was myself and Nomsa,
Who
and
attended
then
that?
with the other 2 female.
And you maintain there was nothing untoward about that meeting?
Yes, I maintain it was untoward. There was 2 ladies, and those ladies, I believe they are the one who provided Chief Mapie. They are in better position because there was nothing that was wrong. We advised on what he asked us for. And with the meetings, I don't know if I have addressed it in some other places. He was not talking about this only meeting. When he addressed to the executive director, he stated that there was several meetings that I had with Mr. J.D. Mkhwanazi. So I want to address also the other one, because this is not isolated. This one, I believe, those 2 ladies that were there, they are the one who told Chief Mapie, and they should have even told him what was the contents of that meeting, because it was not secret. That is why they were part of the meeting. The other meetings that is referring to, I never had a meeting with Julius Mkhwanazi except this one. During my performance of my duties, there is no where I met Mr. J.D. Mkhwanazi alone. There is no instance. Those statements, those 3 paragraphs, statement that I took from Patfontaine, Benoni, Hillbrow, and the warning statement of him in terms of Brakpan. I took this statement on different occasions. In all occasions, I was not alone. So if Chief Mapie referred to that as meeting, it was not meeting, it was my official duties. And if I had to take a statement of Julius Mkhwanazi, whether it's warning statement or duty on, duty off statement, I do not need to inform Chief Mapie today that I'm going to take a warning statement of Julius Mkhwanazi. I'm going to take a duty on, duty off statement of Julius Mkhwanazi regarding this case. So I have no obligation to tell him each and every day when I go and obtain a certain things in EMPD to say today, I'm going to take a warning statement of this member or this member. So what I want to clearly state is that in all occasions, when I met Julius Mkwanazi, I met him with my team. There is no day where I met Julius Mkwanazi alone. So even in this day of the 19th, that is why I confirm I was not alone, I was with Nomsa Masuku. So with the two ladies. So the contents, those ladies that were there, they know exactly what we were talking about. And that takes us to that training that we had on the 15th November. And even before that, there was a time, even in the screenshot you'll see, there was a time when you also asked us to do station lectures. We did a station lecture in their headquarters in Cape Town Park. That station lecture was initiated by him. And then when we do station lecture, the department also want to see photos of that station lecture with a register, who were the people that were there. We have a register. So we did that, and the photos that we took also, because it was headquarters, Mr. Spies was part of those photos. Nomsa has even those photos in your office. And then we did another station lecture in Boxburg Council, Municipal Council. It was different unit. So we were trying to teach them how work. It doesn't mean IPID is to promote proper police conduct. So some of the police officers take us as their enemy, whilst we are there to assist them to improve service delivery and how to conduct themselves on the street. And it doesn't mean when I arrested you, you become my enemy. I can't talk to you. So you are not my enemy. And if in my performance of my duties, I need to take a statement, I will still come, regardless that you hate me or what. If it is work, I will still come to you to say at this stage, I need this because of 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Now I want to turn to your alleged meetings or relationship with City Manager of Ekurhuleni, but before I do so, Commissioner Khumalo, has he covered the concerns you had, the issues that was called upon to answer?
Yes.
Thank you. You deal with that from paragraph 96, Mr. Magagula. If you could take it from paragraph 96.
96.
Yes.
Chief PA further alleged that I had been seen with the city manager of Ekurhuleni. I categorically deny the allegation that I have any personal knowledge of or have ever met the city manager of Ekurhuleni municipality. I refute any claim suggesting that I was at any time in the company of the city manager. To the best of my knowledge, there has never been any occasion on which I have personally met, communicated with or interacted with her in any capacity. In the performance of my official duties, I utilize state vehicle. Any assertion that of a meeting with the city manager can be objectively verified through the state vehicle tracking record, which provide an accurate account of my location on the dates in question. The information is provided to assist the Commission in addressing any potential misinformation or misrepresentation that may be presented by Mr. Mapie concerning alleged interaction between myself and Brigadier Mkwanazi and the city manager of Ekurhuleni municipality. So, yeah, I had Mtate Mapie. I don't know the city manager. Till today, I don't know her. To see her face, I only saw her in the commission and a certain video. I don't know if it was before, it is before or after the commission, where Julius was seen to say, I will die, I will take a bullet for you, Mama. I didn't know even a face. I only know a face in those occasions. The video and the commission. So personally, till today, I never met her or communicated with her.
Thank you.
Maybe before you get to the conclusion, you've explained in this last discussion the training that you were asked to give by
Yes.
Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and where you had to explain the mandate of
Yeah.
the IPID and why the IPID takes firearms when there had been incidents. Have you had, or do you have that kind of discussion or education, if you like, with officials? So, for example, we had these complaints about you were not investigating these matters, including the Mbenze matter that we heard about. Now we have an explanation why the EMPD, the people that are complaining, would not have known that Mbenze is about to go to court, because, as explained, that it is matters that you keep and you don't communicate with your stakeholder, and you've said the same thing as well. And so it seems part of these complaints are based on not knowing or understanding the processes of at least from where I'm sitting, not understanding the processes of IPID, that there should never be an expectation that they will be getting feedback while they're running matters. Comes from ignorance of not knowing that you would need to speak to a commander to get a commander statement where their members are involved. Is there that kind of education or information to your stakeholders about your processes?
Yes, I will. There is no such, but Ntatema PAA and Rivers Peace, if you look at our communication, Ntatema PAA and Commissioner Peace, they have my contact. I'm open to them, and even my other team members, they had access to not only me, my other team members, they engage us. So if they were having concern or delays, I mean, they will have engaged us to say, how far is this matter? Even if this one is confidential, we'll say, with this one, we won't give you an update. More especially the case that we didn't want to give them update, even if they ask, but we will have told them the reason why. It was the Mbenze case, because they did request copies of that docket, and we informed them that we can't give you this one. In most of the cases, we give them those copies. So we will never refuse without giving them an answer that we do not give you this one because of 1, 2, 3. So Datema PAA and Rivers Peace, they have that opportunity to ask us any case. Oh, Magagula, what is happening? If they don't want to ask me, they have access to the other team members.
I asked the question the way that I did, because I wanted an answer that applies generally, not just to them. I assume that you have a good working relationship with SPIS and MAPIA, for example, and they are not bad people when they come here and express suspicion about lack of information. I've made that assumption. So I'm asking a general question about, do your stakeholders understand your processes, such as this, that when you're conducting an investigation, this is how it plays out, as in they will not get information unless it becomes necessary for you to speak to them. And so when you are quiet, it doesn't mean an investigation is not happening. Do they understand all of those things?
Yeah, they do. SAPS, do understand. With the EMPD, I won't know if they understand.
Perhaps you should consider giving them a lecture as well, in the way that you've done with the policy, with the mandate of the. You've done with Brigadier Mkwanazi's people about the mandate of the IPID. Perhaps you should consider to give them lectures about your processes.
I will do so.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Ms. Magagula, this then leads concluding remarks at page 23. Just to point out, in this part of your statement, you reference the Boxburg North case, and you deal with a different case. The Boxburg North is the 241/03/2024. That is the matter involving the Congolese national. Is that not so?
Yes, it's that one.
Then you say, you compare that with another case, also from Boxburg, case 281/05/2023, and you say this case was not referred to in the commission.
Yes.
You have attached STLM 15, a report you had filed following an investigation at page 725. 725 of annexure 3 of bundle 3 of 3.
Yes, I got it.
And this, once again, is a memorandum to the Chief of Police, EMPD, and the subject is the initiation of disciplinary recommendations in terms of Section 30, and this involved a different matter that neither Chief Mapie nor Commissioner Spies raised in the commission. But I do note that the members implicated in this matter, at least one of them, is part of the, did we call it the extortion matter?
Yes.
Concerning involving the Congolese national.
Yes.
And you provide the summary of allegations there, and you conclude by requesting that EMPD take action against these members.
Yes.
You then attach a further document, you number TLM 16. And that is communication from the DPP,
Yes.
addressed to you and to your supervisor, Mr. Bodu. It is dated 10 March 2023 at page 730. This is still the same matter as with annexure TLM 15 regarding those members, including Shirinda, who is also involved in the Congolese national matter.
Yes.
Under case 281/05/2023. And you say, unfortunately, the DPP declined to prosecute in this matter.
Yes.
So you never pursued it criminally because the DPP declined to prosecute.
Yes.
But you had filed your report with the DPP as you filed with EMPD.
Yes.
Do you know what became of the EMPD processes following receipt of your recommendation? Do you know if anything happened there?
I do not know anything about EMPD. There's progress on this matter.
Okay. And lastly, then you reference another matter we don't know. You say Edenvale theft case number 267/07/2025. State versus Fortune Klantla Dlamini and 9 others. 6 members of the EMPD and 4 members of Sakane SAPS were arrested for theft. The investigation is proceeding according to the Deputy Director of Public Prosecution's instructions. EMPD was aware of this case, however, no action was taken against these members departmentally. That's a different example you give of what you say is a case you are actively involved in and you are pursuing vigorously, involving EMPD members, including SAPS members.
Yes.
And then if you could then read 103 and 104. At page 24 of your statement.
Yeah.
Paragraph 103 at page 24. If you could read that.
Okay. I reference these matters to demonstrate that I do not protect members of EMPD from prosecution, whether criminally or disciplinary. Threats in the Ekurhuleni area remain reality, and the IPID management continues to mitigate them despite limited budgetary resources. The Ekurhuleni team currently consists of 6 investigators. 6 investigators are up from 5 previously. The high workload is further compounded by the departure of caseworkers from the department, whose cases we have had to assume responsibility for.
Thank you. And that is the last paragraph of your statement.
Yes.
Commissioners, unless there are further questions, that is the testimony of Mr. Tulani Magagula. Thank you.
Mr. Magagula, thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have learned a lot during the session. I hope to take what I have learned here to the street and to my other team members, so that we can add value to the inhabitants of Gauteng province. I thank you.
Thank you for that undertaking.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn until 9:30 on Monday.
9:30 Monday. Thank you, Chair.